So can you hear me? How bad is audio when I have the resolution reduced? Okay, that's something at least. So for this time, we're just going to do it at this crappy resolution. It's kind of readable. I guess, probably zoom in. I mean, I'm not going to show a lot of code. I just wanted that to be an option. But yeah, there we go. But mostly I'm going to be working over here. And all right, I was told that I should have a shoulder dragon for this, and so I couldn't really find my shoulder dragon, but I've got this guy, and he can hang out, except that I'm not actually going to leave him up there for very long, but he's hanging out. He'll be on the desk. He usually lives back on the couch at the back of my room, but he can be my rubber duck, except that I have a rubber duck somewhere up here. I have a Ultima Dragon. This rubber duck. It's very important. It's back there somewhere. All beside the point. Let's see. I kind of wonder. I'm going to try something here. Okay. How's the audio this way? I switched audio from the headset that I was wearing to just the webcam mic. And since I'm not listening to anything, because nobody's talking back to me, wearing the headset is just a little weird. Don't have like a desk mic or something to use like a real streamer would. But if the webcam mic works fine. Okay, all right. We'll go back to this. Doo-doo-doo. The lesson is learned, and the damage can never be undone. Okay, we are back on the headset. So my goal today is going to be to make good progress on building the map for the last town-ish place that I have left in the world that I haven't built the map for yet. Just so y'all know what my setup is like, I have a 2-monitor setup. You're looking at the monitor that is generally in front of me. The webcam is on the other monitor, and that's because the first monitor is actually under a hutch on my desk, and so I can't really put the webcam on the top of that monitor. There isn't room. Most of the time that I'm using the webcam, that's not a problem. I just put the Google Hangout or whatever on this other monitor. I am, in fact, still on Windows 7. I am aware that I need to go up to 10. I have just brought back from work where I keep it my external hard drive that I have a full backup on. because I want to make another full backup before I try to do the upgrade, and then I will go ahead and go to 10. I'm on 10 on some other devices, so I'm used to it and such. I have, my work desktop is on 10. My non-work laptop is on 10. My work laptop is on 7. My home desktop is on 7. I like 7 better than 10. There's basically nothing 10 adds that actually I like, but it's not awful. So yeah, I'll be switching up to that at some point soon and live in terror on what that's going to do to the software and such, because I am going to do an in-place upgrade instead of reinstalling everything. I'm just going to see if that works. And if that explodes, I'll go ahead and reinstall everything. Yeah. I mean, I understand that they can't keep stuff, they can't keep being responsible for patching stuff forever. But 7's good, and they're not trying to put ads in WordPad on 7, as far as I know. So what you see in front of me here is my map editor. This is actually the first thing I wrote when I started this project 12 years ago. The timeline on this, I came up with the idea for the project in like 99. And I worked on it for about 6 months, and then I dropped it. So I don't really count that. I'm still using a little bit of the ideas from then. The main thing that I'm keeping, at the time, it was concepted as being a basically piece of fanfic prequel to Ultima 1. It's called The Dark Unknown. For the Ultima fans among us who have played the really old ones, you may recall that in Ultima 1, there were 4 continents, and one of them was the lands of Lord British that became Caesarea and then Britannia. One of them was the lands of Danger and Despair, which became Serpentile. The other 2 never reappeared in the Ultima series, except I guess the lands of the feudal lords, I guess, showed up in Ultima Online eventually. And then there's the lands of the Dark Unknown. So my game is still set up such that if you read between the lines on a lot of stuff, you can see that it is a prequel to Ultima 1. But there's nothing textual that says that, and there's nothing in there that can make Electronic Arts look at me and sue me for, they could do it anyway, but EA has actually been shockingly friendly towards full, flat-out fan projects like Lazarus. I'm not concerned. But for my own peace of mind, the project is it is its own independent thing. But if you look real close, you can see stuff that could be said to lead to Ultima 1. So I sat down way back when, I decided I was going to write the game in JavaScript. The game is still in JavaScript. The game initially just ran in a web browser. That seemed easiest. It meant I didn't have to actually write code to render the graphics or produce the music or whatever. I would just use the browser's routines for that. I did that for a decade. Every now and then I would have to take a browser and just say, I'm not supporting you for now because there's a bug, and then that bug would be fixed. A bug in Firefox was in fact fixed because a friend of mine was working on Firefox at the time when I hit a bug on using CSS to import external fonts. And so I got that bug fixed in Firefox by sending a code sample over. I got it fixed. No, but Firefox got it fixed, but my code sample helped them find it. Yes, JavaScript is a moving target. For instance, I have a file that contains all of the game objects. And this is object-oriented inheritance setup. We have game object, and then that gets inherited by animate object and inanimate object. Inanimate object gets inherited by terrain and feature. Feature gets inherited by item and whatever, and then items can be equipment and et cetera, et cetera. I did all that before JavaScript added the class keyword, so I don't use it. I never refactored to use it because stuff's working right now. Why possibly break it? My long-term goal is to finish this and then port the whole damn thing to Unity and do a lot of code cleanup as I do that. But that is like to make an enhanced edition once I'm done. About a year ago, well, 2 or 3 years ago, I just went down to one browser and said, this game's going to work in Chrome, and then once it's done, I'll see if I can make it work in Firefox and Edge. IE had to get abandoned ages ago. Early on, you could walk around the map, and it would be brisk in Firefox or Chrome, and in Internet Explorer, it would take 8 seconds per step. And I just said, you know what? I'm not bothering. But about a year ago, I learned enough of Electron to be able to package it as an actual standalone app. Electron, for those who don't know, lets you build a JavaScript app using the Chromium engine, the actual renderer that's behind Chrome. And this is what Slack and Discord and a variety of other major apps use to build their app. So I'm still learning how to do it properly. I haven't actually managed to successfully build a Mac version yet. I did get the Windows and Linux versions working for the demo. The problem is that it's still Chromium, and so it still has some of the problems that Chromium has as a browser thing. For instance, a little while ago, to the dismay of web game designers everywhere, Chromium set it up so that a browser cannot play sound until the user has interacted with the page. This is great for dealing with annoying ads and news sites that start auto-playing their video when all you wanted to do was read the article or whatever. But it meant that when it was on the browser, I had to add a loading press any key page at the beginning of everything because my audio is synced up with the animation as the intro loads, and it wouldn't play the audio anymore. That block is still present in the version of Chromium that's in Electron, even though you are building a standalone app. So that drives me nuts. Also, it turns out no browser properly can loop an MP3 without having a very brief gap of silence. That is still not a thing that any browser successfully does as of the last time I checked. So for now, I don't really care. It's annoying, but I'm kind of leaving it, hoping that maybe by the time I'm done, Chromium fixes it. And if not, I have seen some hacks that, basically look up and try to figure out when it's some number of milliseconds from done or whatever the hell. It's mostly annoying. Like, yes, I wrote all of my music with the intent that it loops seamlessly, but they're long enough that it's not a huge bother. Where it's actually really annoying is if you're standing next to a fireplace, because the fire crackle loops quickly enough that it drives me nuts. But that is on the fix this before actual release, but don't worry about it at this stage. Anyway, that was a lot of not super relevant rambling to get started. But yeah, so the project is in JavaScript, which deserves everything that is said about it, but is also a perfectly fine language. And the biggest problem is that JavaScript in a browser means you can't have a main loop for the most part, the way that most games or programs would, because everything gets powered off of an event from keyboard interaction. The game is keyboard driven entirely. There's no mouse whatsoever. I wanted to go with the feel of the old games on the Commodore or Apple. I was a Commodore person. Sorry to the Knox fans out there, but so it goes. I do have a working Commodore behind me over here, but I'm not going to move the camera around to try to see it because the table it's on is a goddamn disaster, and I'm not embarrassing myself that much. But the main thing that this means is that I constantly have to be keeping track of like what's the most recent thing that happened, what state is the game currently in. If you hit spacebar, I have to send it to a function that then checks to see, am I waiting for the player to tell me what they're doing for their turn? If so, they hit spacebar so that's past turn. Do they have a target cursor up? If so, spacebar means target whatever the cursor is over. Are they in the middle of a conversation that has a more prompt? If so, show the next bit that the person they're talking to says. And this is frequently the biggest pain in the ass in the world. But I mostly complain about this right now because that's what I've been dealing with in the last 2 days, as I tried to set up a thing where when you stepped on a space, an NPC started talking to you with a long enough bit of dialogue that there's a more prompt, and it was actually really challenging because of the order things execute when you step onto a walk-on to get the game to know what state it should be in once it's finished with everything. At this point, for the JavaScript writers among my audience, at this point, I could almost certainly accomplish a lot of what I'm currently doing with a giant pile of spaghetti with await and the new async functions in JavaScript. But once again, I am not refactoring everything to try to make that work. I don't entirely understand await, async, and promises yet, to be perfectly honest. I've used them a little bit, but I'm not super comfortable with them yet. I could probably solve a lot of my problems if I really figured it out, but those are problems that I mostly already solved. It's just ugly. The code's up on GitHub if you want to see just how ugly. But in any case, this is my map editor. Let's get back to what I'm doing today. This is my map editor. First thing I did when I sat down was I wrote the map editor, and then I threw that out entirely, and then I wrote a map editor, and then I threw that out entirely, and then I wrote this map editor. The main difference with this map editor versus the other two is that this one actually uses underlying code that is also in the game. And that meant that when I finished this, and it was about 6 months that I spent on the 3 iterations of the map editor. And this one has been dramatically iterated on since then, but I haven't thrown it out from scratch again since. But it did mean that once I finished this, I had a bunch of code that was actually game code that I'm still using some of. I'm not sure that there's any of it that hasn't been at least somewhat rewritten, but that's where it is. It's a little annoying having my little corner display of myself over there. I could get rid of it, but unfortunately, the overlay puts it in the same spot on both monitors, and I like it on one monitor and I don't like it on the other. But like I said, this is my first time. I'm getting used to it. So this is ugly, but there was a point very early on when I was like, I'm going to make this and then I'm going to publish it and tell people, hey, if you want to make maps, maybe I'll use them, maybe not. You just have fun, whatever. I had multiple people say that they would make maps and I had 0 people make maps. So this is just for me at this point. So there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't quite work, but I know how to work around it. So, there you go. So start a new map. And that just brings this up for reasons that are legacy and honestly kind of annoying because it means that the first thing I always have to do is do that. And then how big was I going to make this town? Now, in order This is probably about a 32 by 32. One of the advantages to doing this on a modern system and just pretending that it's retro is that I don't actually have to worry about memory limitations, and I don't have any particular need to have things actually live in 8-bit chunks, stuff like that. But, if I want something roughly this size, I'll always default to 32 by 32 just because that just feels right. So over here, this just lets me resize the window, kind of Photoshop-y. Over here, we have my, palette, outdoor stuff, indoor stuff, features. And then there's a number of things that I never actually got around to adding to the palette, and so I have a little manual button that just lets me type in a game object name. So this thing, actually, I'm just going to do this so I can show you. I'll load up my world map in a separate window over here. Now, so this is written in JavaScript. This is written in JavaScript significantly before I started using the Node integration with Electron and stuff, and I have not rewritten it for into Node. This, along with my conversation and schedule editors, still use some jQuery. I had to pull all of the jQuery out of my game when I packaged it in Electron because Node and jQuery only play well together if you're willing to jump through some really elaborate hoops that I just could not figure out. And it turned out, jQuery is convenient, but you can rewrite everything in JavaScript. So I pulled it out. The main thing that means is that if I want to save this, what it does is print a pile of JavaScript code into another window, which I copy paste into my actual code base. What do you want for $1? And then if I want to see those changes, I then need to reload the map editor so that the JavaScript sees the new code. There's no way to easily refresh that way. So did I do the art? No. Well, like 5 or 6 tiles, most of which are crap. The art is from a ton of sources. I did make that tower. Tower's not super challenging. I started with the art from the Ultima 4 upgrade project. That was someone in the 90s, maybe, or early 2000s, made a new tile set for the DOS version of Ultima 4, and then you could patch it in and use that if you're playing, the GOG version, you're playing in a DOS box, whatever. So that's what I started with. That's what the grass and the brush and forests and mountain and hills and water and most of the monsters are. I then went in and added these coasts. So all of that, technically, yeah, sure, I did. And I added this little less brush, underbrush, I call it, tile. But that was just taking the brush tile and doing some modifications. I then, and the Ultima 4 upgrade project license is basically, you are free to use this so long as you don't mind that other games and projects are using this. So that's where that starts. I have also pulled a lot of tiles out of mostly the David Gervais, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, tile set for Angband, the roguelike. And then there's a couple of other roguelike tile sets that are either free to use or the DG tiles, their license is basically you are free to use this so long as you do not charge more for your project because you are using this art. And then I've bought a couple of tiles off of Game Dev Market, and I have commissioned a couple of tiles from Dom John of Recap / The Space Bards. On the world map, you can see he did this waterfall. And he also did, more importantly for the project overall, he did the splash pages, the splash graphics that show up during the intro sequence and at a couple of points in the game. So I commissioned that stuff from him. I would really like to have a unique tile set. I would really prefer to have a tile set that is unique to my game, and so that you can look at it and say, oh, that's this, instead of looking at it and being, I'm not sure if this is the Dark Unknown or is it Dungeons of Chaos? Is that the... it's a game on Steam by another Ultima fan that's more... it's another RPG that also uses the Ultima 4 upgrade graphic tile set. And I'm not a good artist, so doing stuff myself is not an option. I don't have the time to learn how to do pixel art and actually get stuff done. I did the code, I did the dialogue, I did the plotting, and I composed all the music. But the visual art is beyond my capabilities. The problem with the way that I started with the art was I was like, hey, oh, look, here's another tile set of free tiles. Do I want to grab any of these? And then I would find something and be like, this is cool. Let's find an excuse to use this in the game. Okay, now I've got this here. I've got these other things. I've got this other kind of fountain. I've got whatever. And so at this point, my tile set is so large because I kept grabbing free tiles and adding them and then using them that commissioning a new tile set that used all of those, that got me new versions of all of those tiles, is currently prohibitively expensive. And I just don't have the time or energy to go through the process of finding a pixel artist that I trust and like the work of, and figuring out how to do it. If Dom was available and wanted to do it, then I might go ahead and try to commission it from him because I know how to work with him and I like his work. But he's currently busy. He agreed to do a handful of tiles for me in between taking classes, and that's great. And I'm really happy about the output that I have gotten from him. And he also has his own projects that he wants to be able to put time into. So that is something, that is a decision that I need to make real soon, because I would like to release this year, and if I'm going to commission another tile set, I need to give the artist time to do it. One thing that I think would be neat would be a consistent palette. I've just got a little of everything, and stuff is just all over the place enough that attempts to open up my tile set in Photoshop and just say, constrain this to VGA, just nuke some of the tiles beyond recognition. And I just haven't wanted to take the time to try to do anything with that. But also, the Ultima 4 upgrade project tiles are 16 by 16 images that I blow up to 32 by 32 to display, so they're blockier. And then the tiles from the Angband art are 32 by 32. I took my doors from the Angband art, those are features, so they're here, and I I actually got the idea to do that from Nazgul, which is a Ultima like adventure construction set kind of thing. And I that's where I got the idea to merge Angband tiles with the Ultima 4 tiles. But so I went into those door tiles and then I de-resed the door frames so that they didn't look super out of place next to the wall tiles that they were sitting next to. But that's where, so out of the tiles that you can see over here in the features stuff, I edited the doors a little bit. I made the chairs, I made the pentagram, but I put it on existing tiles. These are a little bit of a spoiler. Hey, but I made them. And that's yeah. I guess I made the clock, technically, but to be perfectly honest, and the harpsichord, I had the Ultima 5 tile set by Dennis Loubet open in another window to use as a guide when I made some of those tiles. Point being, on this island, we see this little tower up there. That tower is a tower of mages that you will learn, for one thing, the water walk spell from, which is going to be the easiest way to get off the tower again. The water walk spell does not allow you to cross this deep ocean, which means that the deep ocean around the edges of the map are just the map border. But they do allow you to make it to the mainland by following this little route. You get to this island through this little teleporter thing. That's all plot. And this tower is named the Tower of Consolation. It is named Consolation because at some point a couple years ago, in my working on this, I got a random email from some dude in Russia who had found my project on GitHub, loaded up, played with it, found some bugs, and went into the JavaScript code and pointed out exactly where the bugs were, which was super helpful. So I asked him if he wanted an NPC in the game. He said no, but evidently he worked on a UO shard of some kind that was called Consolation or had a place called Consolation. I'd have to go back in my email and look. So I told him I would name something after that. This place, the story of the mages in there is that they have decided to mostly eschew offensive magic. And so they're primarily healers, diviners, alchemists, artificers. As part of that whole call forward to Ultima 1 thing, it is my personal headcanon that it is the mages from this tower here that go on to become the clerics. And that explains the magic division that exists in Ultimas 1 through 3. I did not develop a magic division in this at all because I thought it would be easier this way. The game does not have a party. You are just a single adventurer. You can summon things to help you in combat, but that's it. Once again, that was easier, obviously. And this project was actually meant to be the smaller project that I would finish to prove to myself that I could finish a project before I started a bigger one that I was dreaming of. And then this one just exploded into a huge thing. There was significant feature creep, the biggest of which being 2-ish years ago when I decided to implement NPC schedules. A lot of the code is written around the possibility that there's more than one PC character. But as things progressed, a lot of it isn't. And so that would take a lot. I'm not worried about it right now. But point being, since you're a single person and it's a pretty long game, I'm pretty sure that a playthrough of this is probably longer than Ultima 5 at this point. Um, there's stuff that I'm doing for replayability, but giving you a lot of character options and like builds for your character and such was just not a priority. I love that kind of stuff. I would love to be able to be like, I want to build, you know, strength-based fighter that gets bonuses with halberds and gets buff spells. You know, that kind of thing would be fun, but it's just not necessary for this. And so I just decided you are one person. You are both a fighter and a spellcaster. How good you are at various things does depend on how many points you put into the various stats as you level up. Eventually, you'll need at least a minimum amount in various stats if you want to survive, because you want to be able to put on plate mail. You need a certain minimum int to be able to cast 6th level spells, which is the highest level required to finish the game. But that's your one person can do everything that can be done, and therefore I didn't want to actually have a division of two different kinds of magic. Initially, I had a 6x8 tree of magic, 8 circles, each of which had 6 spells. Once I had that for a while, I came up with like 5 or 6 more spells I really kind of wanted to include. And so I wound up drinking the full Ultima 4 Kool-Aid and turning it into an 8x8 of spells. And the hilarious thing of that, of course, is that I decided that I would add a handful of spells that have no in-game use. Because why would all of the magic in the world be something that you can necessarily use? Like, and you can use it, but that you has a use to finishing the game. So, like, there's a level 1 spell called Mend. Now, I had a problem with my first demo where I had not yet published the almanac. I'll pull one of those. I've got one over here, actually. I had not yet finished the almanac, which this is the thing that I did the Kickstarter for Art for some years ago. This is my version of like the Book of Lore or the History of Britannia. I've got a box of 100 of these behind me. And my Twitch streams just started circling the drain, but I'm not sure if that's just the down version that I'm watching myself on, or if there's problems upstream at the moment. But I do seem to still be broadcasting, so I'm just going to forge ahead. Now, I had to reload the stream, so I might have missed some chat, but it does seem to still be going. Anyway, yeah, I've got a box of 100 of those behind me for when I actually do have boxed copies to sell and to send to Kickstarter backers. Point being, anyway, that got me sidetracked. So I had included the Mend spell, but I didn't yet have a spell list so that my demo players knew what the spells did. And Shadow of Light Dragon was playing and bought the Mend spell thinking it was going to heal her. But no, it's like the Mend cantrip from D&D. It fixes an object. I just figured this was a thing that would exist in the world. You know, people who are sewing can use it to fix rent garments. You could fix, you know, the handle on your hammer, whatever. It would just exist. Of course, once I added it to the goddamn world, I came up with uses for it. You can use it to fix a mirror you break, although that doesn't get you the karma back from breaking it. And so that was just a silly use. And then I came up with a actual optional use that gets you on the track to getting a really nice magic item. But anyway, so the magic system is now an 8x8. They will teach you some of it, like the water walk spell. They will also teach you how to infuse. Infusing, as is explained in the almanac, is a thought to be lost art, except the thing about this place is they're the only people who know the water walk spell at the moment. So the mages on the mainland who have been teaching you thus far or selling you spells don't even know this school exists. Basically, if you can find it, you can get admitted to it. And so they will admit the player and teach you stuff. And they will also teach you how to infuse. Infusing, almost all of the spells have a better version of themselves. It's kind of like upcasting in 5th ed D&D, except infusing was written before even 4th ed D&D came out. God, I've been working on this for a long time. I think that's how the timeline works. But if you infuse like water walk, all that does is increase the duration of the spell. It's not really worth it. Infusing makes something work about 1.5 times as effectively for twice the mana. If you've got the time, just casting it twice is better. But if you're in combat, for instance, and you really want that guy to die right now, infusing a fireball is probably a good way to go, because it's more likely to get that thing dead. And if it's going to kill you on its next shot, you don't want to take the time to cast 2 spells at it. And then there's some things that infuse allows them to work on that they wouldn't otherwise work on. The mend spell can't mend that broken magic item unless you infuse it. The spell that lets you use these circles of stones to transport yourself around the map, there's a broken circle somewhere. You can use it if you infuse the open gate spell. There's a handful of other options, but only spells of levels 1 through 5 can be infused. This was partially for my own sanity. A lot of the stuff 6 and up has very specific, well-defined uses that there wasn't really room for infusing. But there's still 1 or 2 in levels 1 through 5 where the infused version is just, this still does the same thing because there was just nothing to change it to. But so they're hidden here in the hills. Deliberately, when you come out of this circle, you can't see the tower immediately because the trees are blocking your view. But you don't have to move far to be able to see it. I didn't really want players. I mean, I figure if somebody teleports to this place, so if they don't have water walk yet, they're stuck on it. I figure they'll hopefully explore it before they teleport back. So they'll find the tower. And so that tower is what I want to build today. So, back over to here to actually getting some work done. We have down here I've got my brushes. Pencil, rectangles, pick 2 spots and it fills it in. Edit is, like if I put a chest down, edit will be what lets me dictate whether it is trapped, what loot group the loot comes from, stuff like that. Copy paste should be obvious. I don't use copy paste much. I don't 100% trust my own code in the copy paste thing, but I did go through the effort of finishing it. So we're going to start, and I will confess just for the curious, upper left corner is 0, 0, and then it goes down positively in these directions. So I would love to say that I'm, building this just myself, right now. But I did pre-design a lot of this on graph paper so that I'm not boring the heck out of people. But so, we've got our walkway in, and we are going to set up. You're going to need to do some stuff to get in. In fact, you're really going to need to do some stuff to get in. And then that's, a bridge over some water. Because that's what drawbridges are for. And let's make this, we can start like that. And let's not make it like a perfectly straight moat here. And then there are places where it auto-detects and changes the graphics for things. Like if I place rivers, it auto-detects which river segment to show. I never wrote that for edges of the water for the little coastlines. So I need to do those manually. So let's do the happy little trees. There we go. That's that side. Here's this side. Whoops. Okay. Oh, no, I am not done. I missed these. So there's that. And then we were in, God damn it, select. We were in the hills. Now, hills don't have a little coast tile. So the places where I put the hills right up to the water are going to do that, but that's okay. My players will forgive me. So, okay, we've got some hills here. I have some more hills. And then we've got, wow, that's really got our walkway in, and actually I think that is all going to be that kind of terrain, and I think those are too. So I just changed under the portcullises to be cobblestone instead of wood. And they're kind of proud of their place. Let's make it look a little prettier. So they've got some fountains hanging out over here. Let's do that. And now we're going to build. So that's the walkway in. I'll put, I guess I can put them now. Put walk-on tiles. Those are invisible to the player, but I will show the raw data that this outputs. So the walk-on tiles will run a function. I tend to say call a script because I used to work on POL, one of the Ultima Online emulators, and a lot of my terminology I still use from that. Calling them walk-ons comes from my time there. But so the walk-ons will call a function. That function will call one of the mages down to come out and challenge you to cast a couple of spells. Once you prove that you are in fact a spellcaster, it's kind of similar to joining the college of was it Winterhold in Skyrim, I guess. And once you are admitted, they'll dispel some of these fields, and probably like give you a word to remember that lets you dispel them yourself. I'm going to have to think about that because one thing that I have as an overriding design goal is not only that the game can never be put into an unwinnable state, but that at any time, if you were to come back to it after having not played it for a year and you don't want to just start over, that you can walk around and talk to everyone and relearn everything that you've learned. So I don't want any important, necessary information to only ever get said once. And so if they give you a magic word to get through those fields and then you have no way to get that word again later, that's not acceptable. So what I may do is have them like attune you to the fields or something, and then these walk-ons will change. The walk-ons will say, if player not a member of Constellation, summon the door guard tester. If the player is a member of Constellation, they're attuned to the fields, remove the 2 middle fields, and open the portcullises. That's probably what I'll do. So, just because somebody asked, it's not going to be super interesting because there's not a lot here yet. I haven't gone in and added any of these details yet. Let's do that. Or, whoops, no. This top one is the name in the data. So it needs to be, it doesn't need to be one word, no spaces, but that's my naming tradition. That's what appears to the player. I'll write the long description later. The first time the player enters a new map or set of maps, maps can be linked to each other. So all 3 stories of this tower are going to be linked maps. You can see the linked maps thing here. So the first time you enter a set of linked maps, the long description plays. And other than that, you can get it again by hitting X. I'm not even sure if I've implemented that yet. And X isn't currently doing anything else. It's mostly just for flavor, so it doesn't matter that it doesn't come up a second time. I implemented it initially because the player starts with a house in the small village next to the starting castle. And so by giving the town, the village, a little paragraph that appears with the first time you enter it, that paragraph could include a reminder of where your house is. And that allowed me to put that information in game in a way that had it get revealed to the player in an immersive way. Save name, I don't know if that's too long. That's the name as appears in the actual UI on the save load screen. And that is its own field because for map names that are long, that way I can restrict how many characters it is. This will play Magic as its song. The exit to map is the main map, and it is at 1811. And the map entrance, you'll enter the map at 1730. The light level cycles because this is on the surface, and so it has the day-night schedule. It is not always remembered. It is 1-to-1 scale, meaning it is not one of the world maps. There are currently no scripts that run when you enter or leave. Again, this is nomenclature from POL. When you try to enter a map, it checks to see if there is an enter test script. If so, it runs that function. If that function returns 1, you're allowed to enter the map. I don't think there are currently any maps that actually use this functionality. Once you enter, the enter script runs. This may happen, I'm not sure. Exit test, I do actually use. The one place that I use the exit test is on combat maps. Exit test runs when you try to leave a combat map. It checks to see if there are still monsters there, and if there are, it actually does a dex check to see if you successfully flee. Similar to how in Ultima 5 you could keep pushing at the edge of the map, and it might take you a couple of turns before you actually get off the map. And then once you leave, the enter test runs. Return map. The return map is the same as the exit to map. Return is a spell that mostly exists to make the game less tedious. From anywhere on the main world map, the return spell takes you to the main castle. It's very much like the help spell from Ultima 6. From any town or dungeon map, it just takes you to the entrance point on the world map. There are a couple of places where the return spell doesn't work unless you infuse it, and that's what this checkbox means. The map is not underground and does not need a separate underground description. The underground description is things like level 1 or level 2 or something, because when you're underground, I don't use the section of the display that shows the sun and moons. And so instead, I can show you in the spot that I usually say what town you're in or what map you're on. I can say Dungeon Shadow, and then in the space that usually has the sun and moon, I can tell you which level of the dungeon you're on. Also, if you're underground, I use a different footstep sound that echoes a little bit. I actually have like 8 different footstep sounds, I think. Maybe 10. More like 8. Because I have your footsteps sound different if you're on grass, in the woods, in the hills, on cobblestone, walking on water, and then most of those have an echoey underground version. So anyway, I've done that, and then I hit save, and it pops up this separate window. This creates a map pages object, and the map pages object has 3 sections. It has the terrain section. It doesn't work well here because this is not a fixed width font, but if I were to copy this and create the new file over here, now it doesn't work super well just because I had to zoom in so far to make this readable. But you can see that, so the terrain, every terrain tile has a 2-character code for that tile, specifically so that I can look at the code version of a map and it's basically human readable. But so 2 dots is grass, 2 octothorpes is wall, 2 N's is hills, 2 capital W's is coastal water, dashes is north-facing coast, underscores is south-facing coast, 2 pluses is the cobblestone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You see how it goes. In a handful of occasions, this allows me to come in and make edits without having to load the map editor. And I'll look at it here instead of in the browser because the font is bigger. We have the features. Features exist on a layer on top of the terrain. Features are usually things that are interactable in some way. So walls are not features, but doors are. This is occasionally a little weird. So, and I can see in here that an old bug has hit me. But that's okay. I wrote a thing to deal with it. I just need to remember what it is. If you look closely, you can see that it double placed some of these things. There should only be three B4 energy fields and only be 4 walk-ons. But you can see that there's 2 energy fields on 1625, 1725, and 1825. This isn't a huge problem, to be perfectly honest. The problem would come up if my code that said, we'll let you in, let's destroy the fields in the way, and then I just said, find me the top feature and destroy it, then the fields would still be in the way because there's 2 of them. Where it really explodes is when 2 chairs wind up on top of each other. Because in that case, when you sit down on a chair, it changes your graphic to the seated graphic and then records on you the fact that your normal graphic is this other thing. When you step off the chair, the exit script runs and replaces your seated graphic with your normal graphic. And then that tries to run a second time, and you don't have a normal graphic because I've already swapped it back in for your seated graphic because you're already standing. And then the game got very confused. But anyway, I have a function that I wrote. It's just not on a button, I don't think. Did I put it on a button? I guess the verify button's for that. Blorp. Okay, I hit verify. Some stuff appeared in the console log that I don't currently have up, the JavaScript dev console. And okay, no, verify just shows me that there are problems. I actually have to go into the console and call a script because I never actually hooked it up to a button. Whatever, not really a problem. I could just delete them here, but then I would need to renumber my array because the game does get confused if the array has gaps. So let's see, map editor, there it is, clean duplicates. So sure, let's bring up the JavaScript dev console. Here, you are very confused. Yeah, okay, I have no idea what just happened. That's very interesting, and I'll look into that later. Really kind of not a problem I'm super concerned with at the moment. So anyway, I'm not going to save this anyway. Oh, it did delete some of those. Let's do this way. There. I still have, interesting. And yet, yeah. The hilarious thing is that these things are invisible to the player, but by default, I don't show invisible things. So they get rendered when I first place them, but then, when it double placed them, and then I deleted the one on top, the ones underneath are still there, but are invisible. So there, now they show again. So, okay, I've deleted the duplicates. Anyway, that was part of the mess of working with an old spaghetti code base. The duplicating things thing, I want to say, was not a problem. I think it was something that, it's about how the browser is interpreting the clicks. I don't want to only check for mouse up rather than mouse down, because I want click drag to work. There's no real reason for clicking and then just leaving it on one space. The drag doesn't leave the space, so it shouldn't be calling that. There wasn't another click, so it shouldn't be calling that. But for some reason, this version of Chromium sometimes doubles that up. That didn't used to happen when I used the map editor in Firefox, but at some point a while ago, the map editor just stopped working in Firefox. And so I have to use the map editor in Chrome and my other editors in Firefox. What I would really like to do, and I will show you why when I get to that point, if I'm still doing this at that point. What goddamn time is it? I've been rambling a lot. Jesus Christ, I've only gotten this far in an hour. I guess that's not super unreasonable given how much rambling I've done. So I will try to hurry and get more of this built so I can get to actually putting people down and showing you how to do their dialogue and schedules. But these are all separate editors. And this is the most annoying with schedules because it means that if I say walk to these coordinates, I have to go to the map editor, figure out what tile I want them to go to, see what coordinates they are, go to the schedule editor, punch that in. I would really like to integrate these, but that would require basically rewriting the whole goddamn shebang from the ground up. And if I do that, I could do it in Node. I could make it so it actually saves and loads directly instead of needing to have me manually go and copy paste stuff in. Wouldn't that be shocking? But that would be a month or so's work. And I want to finish the game by the end of this year. And so shaving a 1/12 of that time off for stuff that works well enough. And like I said, this is the last major place that I need to make that is going to have schedules. It's not worth the effort. So let's build some more map. Let's try to do this in some vaguely speedy way. So I've got, the intent is for some generally clover-shaped tower. Excuse me. It is not not going to be a circle. So I've kind of got this. Let's see, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a wall there, and then we've got some symmetry going here. Whoops. And that kind of thing happens all the time. Among the functions that I never wrote for this, undo. Look on my works, ye mighty, and weep. So and then over here, I've got is this where I want that to be? No. Got that, except that's actually a door. And then I have that. And then we can fill in our floors. So yeah, I hope the main lesson that you get out of this is some amount of awe that I get anything done at all. This is not... Okay, I wanted these here. If it would have been better the other way. Well, let's stick with the current plan. Put those there, and let us give them a fireplace and staircase heading up, and some energy fields because they're feeling decorative. I think those energy fields give off some light, so that'll light the central room. And get some doors. Now let me finish that top leaf over there. So we've got there. Okay. Some vaguely pleasing threefold-ish symmetry. Want it to be really symmetric, this door would be here, but that actually is more brain-breaking than doing it this way. So let's put some more features down. Somebody might want to sit next to the fire. That's nice. Over in the western, well, here, actually, put these little alcoves are all for light. There we go. Over here, got some books. Actually, we've got a lot of books. Let's put all the bookcases down, all in one go. Up top. All right, that doesn't work the way I had planned it to, so let's do it a different way. This top room is where the alchemists hang out. Now, these are special tiles. You can see the top section of these bottles and such are actually on these two tiles up here. But as you would expect, those are, they do not block movement or vision or anything, and they have a special flag such that in-game, when it is deciding what order to render things in, those are always put on top. So that's the alchemy room. The room over here on the right is where the artificers do their work. I'll come up with something to fill the space down here. And then turns out I want to add something that is not in here. So I just cheat, and then I typo, and I cheat. Yeah, that's using, it's using an old version of the graphic. I'm going to need to go in and at some point on the to-do list is make that glow effect not incredibly shitty. The problem was I went on a tear and I had changed my my rendering routine in game. And I didn't entirely change it here, so I don't know whether that looks like shit in game or if it just looks like shit here in the map editor. So I'm going to have to check that. But in game, it used to be that it figured out what thing was on top and just drew that. And now it starts at the bottom and draws everything on the way up. And so if you've got a pile of items, they overlap and you can see there's gold, a potion, and a dagger. But that means that these guys used to sit on a black background and so could just use kind of a Photoshop glow effect. And now that I've removed that black background and they are trying to do their glow effect over transparent, that turns out not to actually work very well. And I need to see whether the difference between how I render here and in game makes that not shitty, or I need to go in and fix it. But that can be on a slightly more distant to-do list. Over here is where the diviners hang out. Divination obviously requires a mirror. And divination obviously requires, I'm pretty sure it's in here. Yes. Divination also requires an altar. So there we go. This is first draft of the first floor of Constellation. So let's say that it's up against the mountains. You, by and large, will not possibly be able to see this because, the mountains block your view. But maybe you'll cast the Peer spell. All this back here will be hilly. Yes, I could really use a fill tool, but I never wrote one. Sucks to be me. I think about it a lot, but and let's say that there's a handful of trees. All right. We've got something resembling a map. So we're going to save the map. We're going to save it in a new file. And we're going to save the file as constellation.js. Now, because I'm still doing this extremely ancient technology, this means that the next thing I need to do is go into the HTML file that is the container for everything and load constellation.js, or else all of the JavaScript code that is the definition of a single object will not get seen by the game. So I have added it to darkunknown.html and mapeditor.html. The other two, the conversation editor and schedule editor don't need to see it. So now I can load it. So here's an entertaining cheat for making the second floor. I'm now going to resave the same map as Constellation 2. This is the second floor. Now, the reason for that is the walls all need to be in the same place, you know? So, but all of these features need to go because we're on a second floor. So the next step is I go into here and I just delete the features. And then I reload the map editor. And I don't see it. So now I have to pop up over here. Oh, it can't find it because when I saved it out of VS Editor, it saved it to the wrong directory. I was skipping a step there. Okay. Let's try that again. We reload. Here's Constellation. Let's load Constellation real quick so that I can add Constellation 2. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to cheat. And I'm going to add Constellation 2 as a linked map to Constellation. I will, in a few moments, need to go in and add Constellation 3 to both of those when I make that map. The problem is the code base. If a map says it is linked to another map, then when that map is loaded, it loads all the linked maps. That's part of the point of them being linked maps, is that they enter and exit memory at the same time. But since I use so much of the same code between the editor and the game, it means the editor loads the other maps at the same time, which is useful when I'm testing schedules to a certain extent, because you see I have this little clock up here. I can set what time it is, and then it'll automatically put all of the NPCs where they would be at that time, roughly. It doesn't bother, like, if somebody's making a long walk, it doesn't bother checking to see where along that walk they would be. It just puts them at the end. But it's a useful first pass. And for that, it needs all of the maps. But if I were to add Constellation 3 to the linked maps list right now, it would refuse to load any of them because it would error out when it sees that Constellation 3 doesn't exist. That's beside the point. So we're going to load Constellation 2. Constellation 2 has had all of the features removed. So the next thing that happens is this. This little tile is the See Below tile. And I cover everything that is outside the tower and replace it with this. When the time comes to render stuff for the player, if the game sees a See Below tile, it checks the See Lower map field. The lower map is Constellation. This is Constellation 2. And it just shows what is currently in that space there. Now, in this map, this is not relevant. The NPCs are never going to go outside, wander around. So I could just do like Ultima 5 did and have outside of a window just be grass, because there's no way for the player to get there and try to walk on it unless you hack it. But I wanted you to be able to look out a window in a town and see the NPCs on the street going about their schedule, even though they're on a different map. So we've got the see below. We have a question about, am I using an A-star-like algorithm for NPC pathfinding? Yes, I am. I did not write my own. I grabbed one off the interweb tubes. I then found someone who had made a fork of it that implemented weights, because the one I grabbed didn't. And that wasn't a big deal for a while, but then the way that I implemented like monsters, like there's a wall of fire spell the player has, and if you place a wall of fire somewhere, the monsters need to decide whether to walk through or around. And one of the ways that I did that was I just assigned that a pretty obnoxious weight. And so the monsters will look and be like, if this is the only path, then obviously it's the path. I walk through the wall of fire. If there is another path, but it involves walking 10 tiles out of the way while the player shoots me with a bow, I'll just walk through the wall. If I just need to sidestep one space to walk around it, I'll do that. This is also how I keep my NPCs from pathing over chairs. It's not a big deal. It just looks goofy when they keep sitting and standing and sitting and standing as they walk west across a line of chairs. But since it's just weights and this is not passable, they'll happily do it if somebody else is in the way. And of course, they can still step on the chair if they're actually going to the chair to sit down. Yeah, I could have written my own. I never did in school when I took what CS I did take, which was not very much, actually. That was not one of the things I ever did. I had to write a maze solver like everybody does. But yeah, I actually I took Pascal in high school. And I, had been programming on the Commodore 64 and 128 since I was 7. So I got to college and said, you know what? Screwing around on a computer is what I do for fun. So I don't think it's going to be what I want to do for work. So I'm not going to get a CS degree. I got a math degree. Actually, I got a math and philosophy degree instead. And then a year after I graduated college, after working for a little while in, a bookstore and some temp jobs, I got a programming job and have never not had a programming job since. Whoops. So all I did in college was the C and C++ classes. And a Fortran class. I don't remember if that was college or high school, but I have taken Fortran. And my bosses make me write Fortran sometimes. I work at a statistical consulting firm, so there's a lot of math programming going on. So there's SAS and Stata a little bit, but my bosses do all of their programming in Fortran. And so sometimes I have to debug their stuff, and sometimes they just to torture me, I think, tell me that they want me to do something and they want me to write it in Fortran. But the rest of the time, my work code is in Perl. So we've got the see below tiles. I think I don't need these tiles over here. So we're going to say that's a roof. That's going to be a wall. So let's switch back to the point brush. And then on this floor, I think we can probably have some windows. So up here, there are 7 NPCs that are going to live in here. So we know what's in this space because that has to be the downstairs that corresponds to the upstairs coming up. We know what's in that space over here because it was a fireplace on the first floor, so it is a fireplace on this floor, so that I can say that this tile actually contains the chimney all the way up. This is a detail that some players might actually notice. Whatever. So we need... Let's put the other staircase there. That's fine. And then my intent... So 7 NPCs who live in this map. This central room, I have not graph papered. I started, but I had D&D all day yesterday, and you can see what was important. So this room is the dining room. And I want sure. All of the chairs can be reached without having to pass through another chair. And there's enough seating for all 7 NPCs and the player. The NPCs are not smart enough if they reach a point in their schedule where they are supposed to sit in a specific chair and the player is already sitting there. They are not smart enough to use as a backup the remaining chair. I could write that, but I'm not. So if the player is sitting in their chair and they get to the point where they're supposed to be sitting there, they will make several attempts across a couple of turns to sit down in that chair, seeing if just it was blocked for a turn because somebody was passing through. And then they will give up and decide that they're done with that section of their schedule. They should be considered to be sitting in their chair. If the player is standing in a doorway and they're supposed to pass through the doorway, they will try several times and then they will push into your tile and walk through you. I liked that better than letting you just botch the schedules from here to hell. Also, there's a spot where I have a thin a longish one tile thin hallway that the guards use to go back and forth between their patrols and the barracks in the main castle. And I eventually sorted the schedules out so people weren't colliding with each other. But I got to one point where I was doing some testing and then I looked and saw that there were 8 guards stuck in the hallway because they were trying to move past each other and I hadn't written that yet. So obviously the optimal thing to do is have the schedules have that not happen. But that's not 100% possible because the player can dick with an NPC and just keep moving in the way so that the NPC gets to where they're supposed to be late. And so if I've got people like moving past each other with any kind of tight timing, the player can cause them to collide with each other. They'll just move through each other eventually, and they'll just move through the player. The NPCs don't say anything. I could and probably should, I think I considered it and I don't think I did, add like a chance of them saying, "Excuse me," if they actually do walk into your space. But if you do something like, put barrels in the way, they will push them back out of the way, but they won't say anything. I really wanted the player not to be able to completely ruin the NPCs' lives. It just seemed like the thing to do. So if I've got 7 people to live here and there's only 3 floors and all of the working space is already basically on the first floor, this is going to be 3 of the bedrooms, and then the top floor I'll break up into 4 bedrooms, and that'll be everything. So I think I'm going to say that none of my spellcasters here are sleeping with each other. These are the kinds of things I have to consider. I had Dom make me this double bed because I had a bunch of married couples that had twin beds next to each other, and it was like a 50s sitcom. So let's go ahead and give these a fairly standardized setup. And sure, bedrooms get mirrors, and these 2 get bookshelves along the bottom. Oh, this one can too. It can just be here. We do want some light sources. Why did I put that light not next to the reading material? I feel like that's a flavor miss. And let's say everybody's got a box for their stuff and dresser that I might or might not put anything in. And you have a little bit of variety here. You've got a potted plant, and now you know what? That's good. That's fine. That's fine for now. It is easy to want to over detail and overcomplicate. So Consolation 2. I just copy over the version of Consolation 2 that is currently in the data. And then one thing that I can do is I can add some labels. So let's say that's Connor's room. This is Ashlyn's room. And as a name that a couple of you might be familiar with, mostly if Galara is still here, this is Darth and Haj's room. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, Frank, if you're here. That's Frank Fleury's chosen NPC name because he backed my Patreon at a level that let him name an NPC. So the labels mostly don't appear unless I have labels turned on, but that just lets me remember which rooms I've already had NPC schedules interact with and blah, blah, blah. So now I need to save this again because I added the labels. Whoops, that was not. And having done that, we're now going to resave this as Consolation 3, doing the same shenanigans as last time, where I'm going to reopen it and delete. I'm going to delete the features and then reopen it. And. I'll delete the labels because those don't apply to this one. And now you can see the See Below map is now constellation 2. This is in no way going to matter, but it does fall through such that if you're looking out a window on the 3rd floor, you see a See Below tile, it says what's on constellation 2 on that tile. Another See Below tile. Okay, what's on constellation on that tile? Having added 3 now, I can go just here in the data and add 3 to the linked maps list. Now all of the maps are linked. So we will now reload the editor, which is not seeing 3. Oh, I just saved all of this, I think, into the version of constellation.js that it thought it was making, in the root directory. So let's move that into the right place and then actually open the right damn one. Well, there could certainly be a lot fewer mistakes in this, but hey, now you see what my sloppy ass dev process looks like. So here's constellation 3. We're going to do some more changes. We do have to have this return staircase here. And here's one thing I never actually did is edit the stairs to say where they go. I'll fix the other ones later. So here we've got the stairs. That has to be there, but I need 4 bedrooms here, and I don't actually need a common space. So, whoops, I'm in the edit brush. I keep leaning forward, which is A, bad for the cam, and B, bad for my posture. So you're keeping me honest here. So let's do that. And then we can do something like this. And hey, look, we've got 4 bedrooms now. Doors are there, there, and there. Let's make it there just so it's directly across from the other one. We'll add our doors. If I wanted to, I could make the doors locked. I could have the doors be locked and set to open to a specific key. There is an unlock spell. It is optional to acquire. It is entirely possible to finish the entire game without ever getting it. Let's add a plant for decoration. The infused version of the unlock spell can unlock even magically locked doors, which has forced me to get really obnoxious with the 1 or 2 plot doors that I really don't want you to be able to get into, even if you've managed to go through the side quest to get the unlock spell. But you can sequence break a shocking amount if you go out of your way and get the unlock spell. Pro tip. Try not to spoil too much, but that's not a big thing. So we've again got some beds. And you know what? I'm just going to say, well, let me add the labels. We're going to make this room Madonna's. Donna is the head of the guild here. She actually trained both. So there are two wizards on the mainland that you learn magic from. There's Jarden, who is the king's, the king and queen's advisor and the royal spellcaster. Jarden taught you as a child. You are the second child of the king and queen in this game. You can be whatever gender you choose. The kingdom is not patrilinear or anything. It is much more egalitarian because it's a fantasy world, and I can make it that way. The plot kicks off when your older brother, to the surprise of everyone, no one saw this coming, declares himself in rebellion. He's going to take the throne, and the king and queen summon you and say, hey, you're now our heir instead of that jerk. See if you can sort this out without us needing to have armies fight each other. And that's the plot of the first significant chunk of the game. That is Act 1. Act 2 is when you figure out what was going on with all of that. And will be Acts 2 and 3 together are about the same size as Act 1. So Jarden teaches you low-level stuff, but isn't taking the situation so seriously as to think you need access to higher level stuff. So you can go and track down the dude that trained him, a guy named Ashardin. LaDonna trained Ashardin, who trained Jarden. I don't remember where the hell I got the name LaDonna from. That might be a cameo name. Ashardin and Jarden were played by two of my best friends in my D&D group back when I was in high school. In firm Richard Garriott-esque tradition, almost all of the prominent NPCs are LARP, SCA, or D&D, or Amber role-playing characters that people have played in games that I have played. Lynn, and I don't remember who Ashbourne is. I have a cameo file to remind myself who all the cameo NPCs need to be. And I have Ashbourne in there as a cameo that I'm supposed to do, but I didn't record who it's a cameo for. It might be a Patreon thing. It might be a friend of mine and I've forgotten who it is, but they're in here. They're actually the one who's going to teach you Water Walk. So here we are. I now know which room there may well have been. I don't remember. I did read a shocking amount of Dragonlance as a child, and even as not a child. I don't remember that name, but I absolutely believe that that might have been in there. There's just firmly no Raceland. Oh, okay. Well, I'm totally okay with that. I was actually thinking that one of these days I should reread Chronicles and Legends just for the psychedelic flashbacks of my childhood. So we've got maps now. Let's put together a schedule. So let's add some NPCs. I guess actually I should not have closed Constellation 3 yet. We're going to add some NPCs. Over here we've got my list of the NPCs that are usually going to show up in towns. Everybody in here has either the Druid or Mage graphic, I think. And I actually have I'm going to pull this up on the other window though, because there will be significant spoilers in the my Google Drive docs. But I'm going to bring up my cameos list. Says a couple of these I have specified which graphic they're supposed to get. Darth and Hajj is a druid. Ashbourne is a druid. Everybody else can be whatever. So, labels. Oh, it's doing the thing. It's a bug that I thought I had fixed at one point, and then the labels don't get cleared if you load one map and then load another map, and I don't actually know why, and it's just not annoying enough to spend a lot of time fixing. So, Ashbourne. Oh, I've got Ashbourne is there. I place everybody based on where they are at midnight, but that's not actually required for my code in any way. It just helps me keep things straight. So that's Ashbourne's room. Darth and Hajj is downstairs. Eshkaz is a mage. Okay. Now we can edit each of these. I have a couple of alternate graphics. And in these two cases, the only difference between them is their animation pattern. Because it's in a browser and I was lazy, all of the in-place animations are just animating GIFs. So this means that in order to not have a combat look like a chorus line dance of everybody doing their thing in sync, each monster type and most townsfolk have two different GIFs to be their animation pattern. And so if I don't specify which one to use, it'll randomly pick one when it loads that character. This is fine for orcs. Randomly pick one. But in town, we've got two different color clothes in the case of the druid. And I'm just going to arbitrarily go with this one. This is Ashbourne. I'll deal with that field later. His conversation will be Ashbourne. His schedule will be Ashbourne. Ashbourne is male and is not a merchant. So there we've got that. I'm not going to bother doing any of his other info. For the mages and many of the other ones, we not only have palette swaps of the robes, but we have light and dark skin options. Importantly, since I have specified who your family is, but I want you to be able to represent yourself as best as you can in what is essentially 16 by 16 graphics. One of your parents has light skin and the other has dark skin, so that you can make the case that you inherited from one or the other, and so you can play whatever you want. So I don't remember which. This is Lynn up here. So I just roll for each person and randomly pick. This skin tone flag here is so that instead of like having a hard-coded list of which graphics have what color skin, I have that flag. And that is there so that if they sit down, I have two different seated graphics for each facing in the chair, one for light skin and one for dark skin. And similarly for sleeping in beds. So I have to know which one to use. That's the only reason that that flag has to exist. This is Eshkaz. Eshkaz is male. Eshkaz is kind of crazy. And Eshkaz will teach you how to plane shift, how to cast the Ether Travel spell, which is a 7th or 8th level spell that is completely optional, but will take you to any of the elemental planes or the ethereal plane, depending on how you set up the pentagram that you cast it over, in a marginally Ultimate 8-esque setup, but not as fiddly. And this means I have to make maps for 4 elemental planes and the ethereal plane and have it be entirely plot optional. You can tell that I am always doing the best that I can do for scheduling myself. I've already made the ethereal plane and most of the plane of water. They're optional for finishing the game. If you want to be a completist and acquire all 64 spells, you'll need to visit all 5. And LaDonna flipped my coin. Actually, let's give her a red robe. Maybe I'll give her the only red robe. Because she is the head here. I'm going to think about that. The main reason to have the different colored things is so you can tell the NPCs apart, because that is as much distinction as they get. Now, once you have met them and they have introduced themselves, or someone else has told you their name, once that's happened, if you use the look command and look at them, it will say you see NPC name instead of you see a mage or whatever. So that helps, but I did all the palette swaps because it was real annoying. Oh, what on earth? Are you fucking me? Okay. Right. Okay. I forgot about this. I really should add a catch for this so it doesn't just crash things. But yes, if the NPCs have their schedule field filled out, but they don't have a schedule yet, it tries to load the schedule and bombs. This is among the many things that I would obviously fix if this was ever going to get used by anyone but me. And instead, I just roll my eyes at myself and lose 30 seconds of work every now and then. Not really a big deal. And it exploded when I tried to load map 2 because they're linked maps, and it loaded maps 1 and 3 at the same time. Saw those NPCs and tried to figure out what their schedules were. So let's add some people. Darthin is a druid. Let me remind myself, actually. I only have one other druid. So, okay, I used the blue robe version for the upstairs druid, so Darthin will have green robes. There's Darthin. Oh, whoops, I was supposed to put him on the head of the bed. Like I said, it doesn't actually matter. There's Darthin. He'll have green robes. He's male. So, if you're curious why druids can only be white, it's because I'm a very bad artist. And they are wearing a brown cloak that goes up to their head. And dark skin over that became muddled, and it was hard to tell what was going on there. And I'm too shitty at this to change the color of the cloak and have it look not crappy. And so I just kind of said, I tried. So as many of the classes as as I could make the graphics work, are have the dark skin option. So Connor is going to have the dark skin graphic. Conversation is male. Lynn, light skin. There's 7 NPCs here, so I wasn't able to go strict 50-50, but I don't think I have any civilized area where there is more than one more than men or women than the other. That was also important as part of one of my design goals. So I have NPCs. Let me save Constellation 2 here. That is done. So I'm going to start with Lynn's schedule arbitrarily. Lynn is the artificer. So now we bring up the schedule editor. We need a new schedule. Which location? Constellation. Who? Lynn. So here we are. I will increase the, I will zoom in a little bit so that you can see text a little better. Gonna have to call that good enough for right now. So, schedules always start at midnight at the top. This is a design restriction. It's a little annoying, but 2 N's, Brandon. That's different Lynn. Although I think I picked the name because of your Lynn, because I am running out of name ideas, and I was just like, sure, we'll go with that. Zateni in chat there is I'm in a D&D game with him where he is playing a monk named Lynn. And yeah, I don't have a monk graphic. I could give one of the wizards just the standard townfolk graphic if I really wanted to. But I couldn't, honestly, it probably is named after yours, and I just didn't remember whether you had 1 N or 2. Anyway, so the tower is mostly going to be on a normal daytime schedule. So here are the things that somebody can have in as a slot in their schedule. And Call AI is my catch-all for this is not something else going on. So that just is, I pass it the name of a script, or a name of a method, and it calls that method. Route to, wait here, and change map are the main ones. Leave map is actually deprecated. I no longer have, I think I have 1 NPC anywhere who actually uses leave map. I have some NPCs that leave their map as an in-game thing. I have in the main castle, there's a small village right next door, kind of like Lord British's castle in the Brittanies. And there's a bard who is working in the castle but sleeping in the village. And so at a certain point, she leaves the castle map, goes onto the main map. You can actually see a horse and cart travel the 6 or 7 tiles over from one to the other. And then it enters the village. She walks into the village, goes to the inn, stays at the inn. But there's actually 2 versions of her NPC, one in the castle and one in the inn. And there is a linked map that the player can't get to called, Olympus Limbo and Naurglen Limbo. and they're actually calling change map, which normally is what they call when they like go up and down stairs, and they're just teleporting back and forth to limbo if in game they're on another map. Leave map is for this NPC is leaving entirely. I don't use leave map for the NPCs who leave but come back, because it's actually kind of obnoxiously hairy to have the NPC come back. Like, I need something else to be tracking time to figure out when they should re-enter, when instead I could just have the NPC in limbo with a schedule that says, wait until I walk back into this map, and then she teleports back to the entrance of the town. So, at in the morning, this person, who did I say I was doing? I'm doing Lynn, right. In the morning, Lynn is going to wake up. And the start condition is either time or the previous thing in the schedule has declared itself to be finished. So she will wake up. She's a monk, right? So she's going to wake up a little before sunrise. She will wake up, and this is where I wish I had, better integration. She'll wake up and she'll eat breakfast. How's that? So she'll walk out to 1616. She will close her door on the way out. Don't need to set any flags or anything else. There's the first activity added. The next thing she'll do, she will call an AI. This is one of my favorite little flavor things that is completely unnecessary, but I hope people like. And she is, I'm actually going to cheat and look at somebody else's schedule for a second. I don't want to use Olympus as an example for that. I'm just going to copy the parameters out of that because I'm a cheating cheater who cheats. This is with Lynn's schedule. She will call AI. She will place item. She is at 1616, so, and 1616 is this top chair. So she is placing Food North at 1617. Food North is the name of a tile that is the table, but with a food place setting on the north edge of the table. So, so she walks out of the bedroom, goes here, puts food in front of her. That script automatically returns this is complete. So after that, she just waits. Leash length is 0, which is the default. Anything more than that is they can wander that many spaces away from the space that they're standing in. And barks are, if we want in the text log over there to see, Yolo the Bard says, ho he, ho hi, and have that get said once every 30 turns or something. I can do that with barks. So she will wait there, and she will wait there, and wait here never terminates. You cannot follow wait here with something that has previous complete as its start condition, because that will never happen. So whatever follows a wait here has to have a start condition of time. So she will eat until 5:45. but she has to move about 15 tiles to get there, so she'll start eating at 6. So she'll eat until like 6:45-ish, and then she'll get up and she'll go downstairs. She will walk to 2012. I cannot, unfortunately, just route to another map. I have to route to the stairs and perform the change map and have it take her to Consolation and specify that she goes to 2012. It does not assume that the stairs are connected. So now she's here. And I said she's the artificer, so she will wander to 2315 next. She will close the door behind her, and she will wait there and leash 2. And from here, she will wander to anywhere in the room except this space. She will not wander to the door, or she will not open the door in her wandering. Now, one option that I have, and why not, 2114. Let's go back to that wait here. I have made her responsible for 2114. If that door opens and then does not close within a couple of turns of opening, she will walk over and close the door. You have to give it a couple of turns, or I have NPCs walking up and trying to close doors that players are still in the middle of using. But she will wander over, she will close the door. Hilariously, she might be standing here, you open the door, and then wait for her to get out of the way, and then she's like, oh, door's right here and it's open, and close it in your face. But what you gonna do for a buck? Undocumented feature. If an NPC is just standing around during wait here and has a leash distance so that they can be just kind of randomly meandering, this is the circumstance that makes it possible for them to get in your way. Now, it turns out it's kind of ugly to watch if the NPCs that are on leashes take a step every single turn. It's a lot better if they only move every couple of turns. But this means they can be in your way for a little while. By default, they will move, I think, one turn in, I think they have a 25% chance of moving any given turn. If you push them, then the 1 in 4 chance roll is skipped and they will always try to move. Undocumented feature. Now, they still might not move because the next step is it picks a random direction to move in and then checks to see if they can move there. So if Lynn is blocking the door right here and randomly tries to move and it randomly picks that she tries to move east, she just won't move that turn. But she will have deleted the property on herself that tells her she was pushed, and so might still stand in the way. Hopefully that won't come up too much. Thinking about that. Whoops. I will move this table down 1 space. This means that I need to change this so she's not trying to route into the table. But there. Now the table is not on the same line as the doorway, and I need to do one thing here. Need to add use strict to the top of all of my files. So that's done. So now she's less likely to get stuck in the doorway. She's going to route to this space instead, just north of the door, just north of the table. And now she'll meander around the room, and she won't ever go into one of these 3 spaces. But I don't want to give her a leash length of 3, because then if the player opens the door, she could, in theory, wander all the way out to here and get stuck. And I don't want that to happen. I mean, I guess I could center her here instead and have her route and have her leash 3. Then she can't get further than in the doorway. Sure, let's do that. 2414. Let's just keep changing stuff. 2414. Leash length 3. So she is going to just stand there for all day. She's just working in there. It's just what she does. I may have other NPCs who, partway through their day, spend some time wandering around in here. I mean, I almost definitely will. I've got 7 NPCs, but only 3 of them do heavy work in specific rooms. Like I have 1 specific alchemist, 1 specific diviner, 1 specific artificer, and then the other 4 just do. We've got a healer, a generalist, time in the plains, and the leader. So they may wander into these rooms, but they're not going to spend a lot of time there. So the NPCs who are going to spend a lot of time there, let's make them spend most of their time there. So Lynn's going to spend most of the day in here. And I'm going to say that I have a pencil around here. Yes. I'm going to say that dinner time is about 6 o'clock. How's that sound? So 6 o'clock, and this is done 24-hour time. Because that's obviously more, uniqueness is necessary for getting the schedule set up. At 6 o'clock, Lynn will walk outside. Lynn will move back upstairs. Go back to the same seat she was in before. I have written down that is basically her seat. So, because she had breakfast just whenever she woke up. The various NPCs will wander into that room, eat breakfast, and then start going about their day. But dinner time is communal. So everybody wanders up there at about the same time. So she will wander up there. Oh, I didn't do a thing. That is important. So this is me telling her that she needs to not litter. So I have added a delete item AI script call, and the last param says delete whatever I placed when I ran place item. I can specify a specific location, find the top item on this location and delete it. And I call these place item, but the actual tile being placed is not technically an item, which is a specific. An item is a feature that can be gotten by the player, that can be in an inventory. But whatever. So delete item means before she actually gets up from the table and heads downstairs, she removes the food graphic from the table. So anyway, back to where we are now. We are going to place item her food again. She is going to wait here and eat food, and then people will declare dinner to be done at say 7:45, and that's where we will delete the food again. But dinner's done at 7:45, but that doesn't mean that they actually leave the tables. So they'll clean up then, but continue to hang out. And then at, let's see, she wakes up at 5:45, so she wants to go to bed at like 8 something. So she actually won't hang out for very long after that. At 8 o'clock, she will head straight back to her bed. Wait a second. I'm doing Lynn? Oh. Did I screw this up? I did. I did screw this up. Oops. Okay. Well, so I have done Lynn's schedule starting in Ashlyn's room. So I'm just going to switch Ashlyn and Lynn for who is in which room. But anyway, so 912 is the coordinates. We close the door, and we wait here, and we set the sleep flag, which means that they will ignore attempts by the player to talk to them. So I'm going to go down here, and so I labeled that Ashlyn, but made that Lynn. That's not confusing at all. So I did take the right NPC though. I just my labels are inaccurate. Okay, I fixed the labels. So we have wrong one. We have a schedule. So now we do the same rigmarole as before. We pop up schedules. This is a pile of JSON. JSON is a primarily used in JavaScript stuff, but not JavaScript specific way of taking an object and writing it out as a string so that you can then reparse it as an object later. So this is not particularly readable. I have to then copy it into my code again. And here we are. We have added Lynn. You can see that Lynn has a schedule array that is an array. The first thing is an object. The parameters of that object are the destination, closed doors, that the start condition is time, the start time, and its type is root2. That's how these look. Very minor things. I can go in and edit the text for a schedule, but the schedules mostly need you to actually go into the editor. Having given her an actual schedule, I can now find her here and then just put this in manually. Her piece AI is scheduled and her schedule is Lynn. So there we go. Ordinarily, at this point in my workflow, excuse me. At this point in my workflow, I would keep doing the schedules until I'd finished the schedules. But I'm going to show you all the conversation editor. I'm going to do Lynn again. And then if y'all have any questions or anything about pretty much anything, I'm happy to keep rambling. I'm just looking at the clock. It's 3:30, so let's make a schedule and then, maybe call it a day around 4-ish. Or maybe I'll just keep working, and if people want to keep watching me, then whatever the fuck, that's fine. But let's go over here. Let's bump up the font size a little bit. And let us make a new conversation. The new conversation is Lynn. Now, weirdly, for some reason, I don't have a new conversation button unless I'm in a location, and I don't have a way to add a location without adding a conversation to it. So I just need to go in here and say the location is Constellation. The location thing here and the conversation thing is 100% so that I can index it here in the editor. It makes no difference in the game. So this is what it looks like in the conversation editor. Keyword is what they respond to. We've got two sections here. If I want their response to always be the same, then I just put it in here. However, I can check. I can do a variety of checks over here. I can check to see if there is a flag met, whether that flag being on the NPC specifically or globally. Various plot events will set flags so the game knows you've completed that plot event. I can check whether you have an item. I can check whether you have a certain amount of gold. Has condition is used by the healers to see if you're poisoned or diseased, and if you're not, then won't bother taking your money to purify you. Function call is again my catch-all. If I don't, if there's something that's a one-off, I'm just going to make it function call. I probably should have made has condition be a function call. I just added that one first. And function call is just call this method. If it returns 1, then use this one, if not the other one. And then between times checks the clock. And then, so if it's like flags met, Act 2, then I could have Lynn say one thing if it's Act 2, and say a different thing if you haven't finished dealing with the prince, your brother, yet. So the keyword here, we got to start with name. All NPCs are required to respond to name, job, buy, look, and underscore start and underscore confused. Let's actually start with underscore start. Underscore start is what is read to the player when they first start talking to you. Normally this is, what does Lynn look like, Brandon? I'm going to need to wait 20 seconds to get this response, but I can, usually start will say, we'll give you a description of the person you're talking to. So in this case, you see a woman in blue robes. So long since you thought about it, you played Lynn yesterday. Um, but, I try to do about 2 sentences of description at least. And then I'm kind of hoping that once I'm at a point where most things are done and I'm going through and doing a polish pass, I'll try to make some of the descriptions more interesting, but I don't worry too much about it right now. Um, so I've said, and I'll change this if Brandon wants an actual, it comes up with a description. But so this is, you see a woman in blue robes. Yeah, you can barely read this in the unfortunately low resolution that I'm forced to transmit this in. I can bump up the zoom a little bit more. You see a woman in blue robes. Her shoulder length blonde hair is pulled back in a ring. So that'll happen regardless. Like, that's always what the start is. So, keyword name. My name is Lynn. What this does is this sets the flag nose_Lynn. This flag is checked when you look at her and is used to determine whether it says you see a mage or you see Lynn. And similarly, when you talk to her, it'll say talk to Lynn, talk to, a mage. So that's that. Unfortunately, this Lynn cannot possibly be in her early 20s, as she was trained by somebody who became a lich and killed everybody near him 40 years ago. So Lynn is actually in her 60s-ish. Where was I? Yes. Yes, she survives Uda and switches classes to wizard, or I guess artificer's D&D Beyond thing, isn't it? So here you can see a response to job, and you can see that I have flagged a couple of the words in equal signs. She says, I am a skilled artificer here in Constellation. The equal signs are what are pulled out and used to determine whether to flag the keyword in blue to let the player know that this is something that she will respond to. Now this is a little weird. And I'm actually going to redo how I handle this soon. I have typed in the first 6 characters of Artificer, and then specified that if you type that, it redirects to Artificer. This is currently my way of handling only needing the player to type in the first 6 letters. But on my short-term to-do list is to just have the conversation code truncate whatever you type to 6 letters. I had to go with 6 rather than like the 4 or 5 that a lot of games do, because I had a lot of goddamn dialogue written before I decided to restrict it at all. And some of it has collisions for what 5 letters could mean that doesn't collide with 6 letters. So whatever. So if you want to ask her about Artificer, you can say Artific. So I will mention _start is the placeholder for the start thing, and then I'm actually going to jump to underscore confused here. This is because the player can't type in underscore. So these are things that are in the dialogue tree and are treated like any other kind of dialogue in the code, but the player can't reach it there deliberately. Underscore confused is what the code automatically redirects you to if you type anything that she does not have a response for. And then they just say, I'm sorry, or beg pardon, or ask me about something else. I try to vary up the confused response from person to person a little bit. So Artificer, I mean, I need to think about this. I'm going to need to rewrite this in a little bit. Right now I'm just going to say, she says, I create permanent magical items. This keyword is going to lead to plot. The 1/6 level spell you're required to cast to win the game is Empower, which is what is used to make magic items. She needs to tell you that the thing you want to empower is so powerful a magic item, you can't use an ordinary mortar and pestle to mash the reagents for it because the Empower will just blow it up. So you need a special one, and the only special one she knows of is in the castle of that lich. I'm not going to try to figure out how I want to sequence that, because the other thing is, once you've done that plot, she's not going to give you that anymore. So this is going to be another place where I use the arrow, and where it's going to check a game flag, or it's going to check whether you have, probably. I'll just do it that way for now. Has not flags met. Has item crystal mortar. And then I'll say that she has a keyword on items that she doesn't otherwise show off. Now I'm going to have to do this check again on items, because the player could just type items even though it's not blue if you have the crystal mortar. But I'm not going to go through all of that right now. Here again, the player types in all caps, so I just lowercase it all. So the keyword being looked for is always lowercase. Ask her about consolation. It's a wonderful community apart from the cares of the world. Look. Oh, here I do. I will add the olive-skinned part of the description. There. Sure. So I'm going to copy that, because look is a keyword that you type, but you don't actually say. It is the only one such keyword. And if you type look, most of the time it just repeats the description you got at the start. But I could, in this case, just have it be a redirect to start. That would be fine. There are a lot of cases where I don't do that, because there are some NPCs that in their underscore start, it says they turn to you or they say hi as you approach or something like that. And I don't want to repeat that part. I just want to repeat the actual description of the person. But just in case you've been talking to them so much, it's scrolled off because there is no scroll bar in the text log, in part because it is an entirely keyboard-driven game. If you want to see it and it's scrolled off the top, you can just type look. There's like one NPC where I did this for a reason, and I don't even remember what that was now, and now I'm stuck with it, and I do it for everybody. So say bye, she'll just say farewell. I have to flag that this ends the conversation. Other things can end the conversation, including underscore start, if they really don't want to talk to you. There's a couple of people you can piss off that much. One of them is in jail because of it. That is my longest NPC side quest chain, and involves NPCs in multiple towns, one of whom it involves an NPC who there's two people in love with her in one town. She's in another town engaged to a dude who turns out to be an asshole who's actually gold digging. And if you manage to make that come out to her, she'll break off the engagement, walk out of the town, and appear back in the first town for the rest of the game. And if she breaks off the engagement and you talk to the guy again, he gets so pissed he attacks you. The town guards come to your defense, and once he gets beaten down a certain amount, he'll surrender, and then the guard walks him up to the prison, and you can follow and watch him get walked all the way up there. He gets locked in a cell, and he's in that cell for the rest of the game and refuses to talk to you. He knows nothing plot important, so you can't fail to learn something because he's in jail now. But that whole plot chain is a giant pain in the ass, and it's completely optional. But I like it, actually. And I need more side quests. I need more stuff for the non-immediately plot-relevant NPCs to have to say and do. Because towns, on average, have like 16 or so NPCs in them. And I try to have as many of them as possible have some way that they contribute to the plot. But there are going to be some in each town that don't. And it may be that in the end, there's a handful that just have some interesting stuff to say, and that's it. But I want a lot of them to have side quests. So here we have a simple conversation. It has start, name, job, buy, look, and confused, so it should validate. I'll click validate to check. This checks all of my NPC conversations. This one did validate. I don't remember how many individual conversations I expect I'm going to have at the end of things, but it's something like 200. So, I do not know precisely when it is going to come out. A couple months ago, it was pointed out to me that the official website thought it was going to come out in late 2017. But NPC schedules nuked that timeline. Adding NPC schedules basically meant I put a solid year of work into the game, at the end of which I was no closer to done than when I started, because I had to redo every single town map to give everybody places to sleep, give everybody their schedules, and then redo a lot of people's dialogue because now they had to check to see if they were in their shops, for instance. I deeply, deeply, deeply deeply want to have this game come out this year. My main concern about the game coming out this year, to be perfectly honest, is that all three of Unknown Realm, Nox Archaeist, and Skald Against the Black Priory all intends to come out this year. And that's a crowded field. But I spent a little while last year really burned out on working on this. I went to Hawaii for 2 weeks, and that helped. As that will help a lot of things, I recommend. And so now I'm back and working on it heavily. I intend to take some time off from work to try to get this actually done. I am debating whether or not to do a Kickstarter to fund that time off from work or to just dip into savings and deal with it. The problem, of course, with a Kickstarter is that if I do a Kickstarter and raise enough money to not work for a month, then I will spend over 2 weeks of that month just doing Kickstarter stuff. But as you well know, it's a great way to try to help build a community. So this today is part of an experiment to see what kind of buzz and community building I can do without having to take the step of a Kickstarter. And then maybe just put up pre-orders for the physical boxed copy of the game, which I haven't finished designing the box yet, but will come with the book and the cloth map and a trinket, the 3D model for which was designed by Dennis Loubet, and the box itself, of course, and a little more. So I don't actually expect to make money on the game itself for the most part, certainly not recoup the costs that I've sunk into it so far, but I might, be able to fund a little bit of my dev time with the box sales. Going back to the pre-ordering the feature seems pretty complex. I had made a decision about 6 months into the original development of the game and the design of the game, 11 years ago now-ish, that I was not going to do schedules because I loved them, but they cause so much more development time required, both writing the underlying code system for the schedules, but also then just making all the schedules. And they're a pain in the ass sometimes for the player. On Jared's stream of Nox last weekend, he talked about how you had to implement the wait command to deal with the fact that NPCs might not be where you want them to be. And I had to do the same thing. I moved where/wield to ready and put it on R, since I'm keyboard driven and doing the standard Ultima 4.5 one key per command thing, so that wait could be on W. And then had to deal with some of the similar issues that that I know y'all have had with the ramifications of having the wait command and having it being, among other things, that much likelier that a player is in one spot for a long period of time without seeing the screen, because there's a fade out when you wait. And when I implemented wait, I actually run the time. So that was the other reason that I needed to have NPCs be able to push through the player, so the player doesn't open a door or stand in a doorway and then wait for 8 hours and then wake up to find, traffic jam. For a little while, I took the player and moved them to the corner of the map ran the weight and then moved them back. And then I kept running into these bizarre, stupid edge cases where that broke something. And so I took it out just a couple weeks ago. But I wound up deciding that while I have ideas for sequels to this game, it is my hope that I will finish the game. I will then port this to Unity. And half of that is a teach myself Unity thing so that I can have it on my resume. This game was originally a make a relatively short game so that I could have it in my portfolio and try to get a job at a game company. So originally I had thought I'll just add schedules to the second game in the series. As this game got longer, I wound up deciding that I wasn't 100% certain that I was actually going to take another bite at the apple. And that this might just be the only one I do. And if so, I wanted it to have everything that I really wanted it to have. So that was when I decided it was that, and when I was on one of the podcasts for Spam Humbug and chatting with people there, and somebody talked about having a not great childhood, teen years, whatever, however old they were when Ultima 7 came out, and that they were able to basically kind of live in Ultima 7 in a way that was not easy in games until Ultima Online came out and you could start living, in a house in an MMO. Take over a house, steal furniture, or craft stuff. I guess you couldn't craft furniture in 7, but you could, make some bread, do whatever, put stuff together, have a place to live, and that the world feeling like a living world had been really important to them getting through this time, this, not great time in their life. And so I said, yep, okay, I'm going to make this as much of a world as possible. And one of the things that I'm considering doing and haven't done yet is redesign. Like I mentioned earlier, that the PC starts with a house. Plot-wise, this is basically, you're the second child of the king. I needed some reason why you're not living in the main castle. Because at the start of the game, you start right outside the castle. And the introduction details that you've been called to talk to your parents. So I needed you to have someplace you've been living. So there's this little house on the outskirts of the village right next to the castle that you live in with a tutor. And so basically you're kind of away at school. And you can go back there and you can talk to the tutor and you can loot what little stuff is in there. Like there's a healing potion or two in a chest. And I'm seriously considering making the map for the house a little bigger and trying to come up with a couple of things that over the course of the game, as you kill the black dragon that's on the cover art for the game, I kind of want to get a graphic for a mounted dragon head that you can put over a fireplace and have that appear in your house. Have the house build up a little bit as you play. But that, again, is something that I realize is cute, but not necessary for getting the game done. And this whole let's get the goddamn game done sometime this year means that I keep thinking about that, but I'm not going to work on it unless I have a day where I'm just too frazzled to do anything important and want to just have that be what I do, which is the main time I do things like work on the elemental planes. But I'm not showing you what conversations save in the same general format as schedules. There's a single conversation object that serializes all of the conversations, and that gets put into the conversations data JavaScript file. There they are. We've got conversations. Once again, if there's a very minor thing, like I find a typo while I'm in game or something, I can come here and just edit it in the text editor. But for the most part, I really don't want to be I really don't want to be mucking with schedules in the text editor and anything other than the schedules, mucking with conversations in anything other than the conversation editor, much like the schedules. I don't currently have a tool that will do something nice like go through all of my dialogue and make sure that anything that they have bracketed, they have a response to. I should add that to my validate tool, to be perfectly honest. It's a thing I want to be able to do, but possibly have it flag if I am doing, because they will highlight keywords that they are telling you to ask somebody else about. And anytime I do that, I try to have them also respond to it. Like if she says, ask, LaDonna about Tharok, Tharok is the name of the lich that she used to, that she was the apprentice to before he liched out. Tharok was a character that I played in first edition D&D when I was 12, who did actually become a lich. Just to tie that in, it was, no, I was 11. I was 11, and I know that because after he became a lich, I had to roll up a new character, and that new character was Golden Flame, which is where the Golden Flame Dragon name comes from. Golden Flame was a paladin. I actually rolled up the paladin stats for in first edition D&D by rolling 3d6 in order. I did not, start out saying I want to do a paladin. I just rolled the dice and said, holy shit, I can do a paladin. Anyway, if Lynn were to say, ask LaDonna about Tharok, Tharok would be highlighted. LaDonna would respond to it despite not having anything in her dialogue that highlights it. But if you said Tharok to Lynn still, she would say, yeah, go ask LaDonna, or something like that, just so that there are not cases where there is a blue highlight that doesn't work within that same conversation. So maybe I shouldn't allow it. But I have toyed with the idea of having a different color highlight if they're telling you to ask somebody else about it, but I haven't taken that leap because that's not, like, a single color of highlight is incredibly intuitive, especially to someone who's played an Ultima that screams, this is a keyword that you can respond to. Once you start seeing multiple colors of highlighted text, then you have to look up in the manual what that means. And I'm trying to minimize that. So it hasn't seemed important enough quite to do that. Now, another thing that I also consider doing, and I haven't taken the leap yet, is sometimes in somebody's dialogue, somebody else will chip in and say something. For instance, right here. So this is, you're talking to Warren, and the Warren close function, while not intuitively named in Warren's dialogue, but it's the same function as used in Garen's dialogue, checks to see whether Warren and Garen are next to each other. So you're talking to Warren, and if you say Garen, and Garen is not close, flag not met, he'll just say, Garen is part of the adventuring group I was in. We've been watching each other's backs for many years. However, if Warren's nearby, Warren will say, Garen was part of the adventuring group I was in. 2% signs is give the player a more prompt, so they have to hit any key to make the next section pop up. You hit a key, Garen interrupts, was the leader of. Get another more prompt. Come back. I suppose someone had to, but we've been watching each other's backs for many years. I would kind of like to have a different person talk in a different color, but I haven't sorted out how, because I'm already using, blue is it's highlighted, yellow is kind of a system announcement, like the game telling you something, but it's not something that the player is directly seeing. Red is specifically you are given XP or an item, or you lose an item. And so I'm running out of colors to not, and I don't want the color to be like too far off from, like I don't want it to be garish. Like it's an off-white for the main person you're talking to, and so jumping to like pink is goofy, but maybe brown would work okay. I don't know. I'm still thinking about whether it's even necessary. It's kind of one of those things that I'm going to toss out. It'll be on a questionnaire to initial beta testers. Do you think this is a necessary thing for me to do? But the arrow thing I added late-ish into development. Originally, NPCs had a flag that they would check for, and if that flag existed, they used a different dialogue tree, and that gave them up to 4 responses to any given keyword. Check the flag for which dialogue tree to use, and then within those flags, that keyword could check a different flag. But then I added this arrow thing, and I'm like, I don't need that at all anymore. This means that I've gone dramatically overboard. One of these NPCs I guess it's Heather. So Heather here has 6 different things that could be said. Actually, I might have reduced it down some, but for a while she had 6 different things that could be said as a result of the conversation starting, based on where you are in the plot. And everybody in Onyx has to have flags all over the place, because there's a whole plot thing where this is the one town that has joined the prince in his rebellion, and so they don't talk to outsiders who can't give them a password. But so every single piece of dialogue, every single keyword has to have a flag check for whether you have said the password to them. And every single keyword that you type to them, if you have not yet said the password, they will just stare at you expectantly until you say the password. It would be a giant pain in the ass to have it like wait for you to say 3 things and then give up and turn away. I can set a flag, but I don't actually have an easy way. I have a not difficult way, but I don't have a way just in the editor to say increment a flag. And I can check for a flag, but I can't check for a specific value in a flag. In both cases, I can just call a function and just do it manually. But so I don't have people just get fed up with you and turn away. They'll let you try as many times as you want, but they'll just keep staring at you. Now, some of them have keywords that are deep enough in their conversation tree that I stop bothering to check for the password. Like if you've gotten to this point in the conversation, you've talked to them far enough that you've either given them the password this conversation, or we know you've done it in some previous conversation, or the couple of characters in that town that are part of the loyalists, the people that are still loyal to your parents, to the kingdom. The loyalists, once you've joined them and they know you, they'll stop caring about the password entirely. They'll just, yeah, sure, we'll talk to you. It's fine. But it means making dialogue in that town was a giant pain in the ass. Now, what's going to be real fun is I have not started writing dialogue for Act 2 yet. And the world changes fundamentally enough between Act 1 and Act 2 because the prince ends his rebellion that I'm going to rewrite everyone's dialogue tree. Now, I'm going to start with a copy of their initial dialogue tree, so a lot of people that aren't really paying attention to world events too much might not actually change. But anybody in Onyx, anybody in the main castle, anybody who knows you were the prince, they're all going to no longer respond as though the Civil War is happening. And I could do that two ways. I could do that with a shitload of flag checks and arrows in one dialogue tree and have the trees get so unwieldy they're difficult for me to work in just looking at this editor, or I can have Act 1 and Act 2 versions of the dialogue tree. And I think that is the place where that's the right thing to do, sadly enough. Now, as far as what work do I still have to do, which is kind of the part of the when do I expect the game to come out question. I have to finish building Constellation. I have to write all of the dialogue for Life's Hope. Those are the two places left that have a bunch of NPCs to talk to. I am currently playing through Act 1. I'm a little over halfway through an Act 1 playthrough. And I'm fixing things as I go. Or, as happened day before yesterday, finding a spot where I meant to write something and just had never gotten around to it. I'm going to finish that when I finish this stream. Once I have successfully finished an entire playthrough of Act 1, 95 more, like almost all of the actual code is written at that point. All of the systems are done. I haven't bothered actually coding a handful of the level 7 and 8 spells because you can't get there in Act 1. You literally can't. There's a plot reason why it is impossible to learn level 6 or above spells during Act 1, which is why a chunk of the plot of Act 1 is figuring out how to cast a 6th level spell. When that spell is Negate Magic, which is the one spell that can't be put on normal scrolls because it negates itself if you do. Once you finish Act 1, you can do the quest that unlocks the ability to learn levels 6, 7, and 8, and then you can just learn Negate Magic straight up. And be a real jerk to some NPC, into some monsters. So I've got a couple spells to write, and then there's going to be the little incidental functions, the like flag checks in dialogue, or little things to make scripts work. Movie script type scripts as opposed to code scripts. I need to, for Constellation, I need to write the collection of codes that checks to see if you cast the right spells when you're challenged to cast some spells. And that's going to be one of the 3 places I wrote the entire event-driven system that I wrote because I felt like it should have one. And then there's a bunch of stuff that I just maybe could have done in it, but didn't. It's not super complicated, though, so I didn't waste too much time writing it. So once Act 1 is done, Act 2 is almost entirely content, not code. That content includes a bunch of dungeons, the rest of the elemental planes that I haven't finished yet. Like I said, I'm about halfway done with water, and I haven't even started air, earth, or fire. Um, the code for the randomness for those, the elemental plane of Earth, is a bunch of interconnected caverns where which caverns are connected to which ones randomly change periodically as earthquakes strike. The elemental plane of Air, you're basically flying around from platform to platform and you have to fight against wind. And it's the one place in the game the wind change spell is useful. Otherwise, that's one of the other spells that I added when I turned it to an 8x8 pile of spells that I added because it made sense to be a thing in game, and because there's a long dead sorceress who was a weather master, and she had created the change weather and wind change spells, and they're very plot important to the backstory, but neither one is in any way necessary to finish the game. So I need to do all that stuff. There obviously will need to be, I would like to add a good number more side quests that the NPCs just ask you to do to make the world a little more alive. There's going to have to be balance passes and polish passes. But I figure when I finish Act 1 and I start working the content for Act 2 is when two things happen. One, I package up a version of Act 1 and try to get beta testers. And two, I hopefully consider the game locked down enough that I can finish writing and get printed the player reference guide, because I need to print the physical copies for the box copies. And design the actual box and get those printed. Because once I have all of that, whether the game's done or not, I can technically fulfill the last Kickstarter obligations I have from my art Kickstarter, because I owe the 11 people that pledged the topmost tier box copies of the game. I find it kind of funny that I may send it to them without a game attached, but my peace of mind would really enjoy getting that out from under myself, and the game is going to be a download anyway. The game itself will eventually be a pay-what-you-want itch.io download is my current plan. And once it's actually done, sure, I'll put it on a CD in the box. But I obviously don't expect most of my players to actually get the box copy. The Unity version, one of the reasons I kind of want to do a Unity version is it wouldn't be super difficult to make a version of this that runs on tablets if I can compile down to Android and iOS, which I can't easily do in Electron, but could do if I was in Unity. The main thing I would need to do would be create an in-game keyboard interface. And so that's something for the distant future. At that point, I, could put it on Steam or whatever, or GOG if they'll accept me. It is possible that I will commission a tile set for that version and stick with the current tile set I have. But I need to decide real soon what I'm doing with the tile set, because there's going to be screenshots of the game on the back of the box and in the player reference guide, and I want it to use the right tiles. So, yeah, hopefully the next couple of months will be enough to finish Act 1 and get the demo out, or get the beta tester version out, and then a couple of months to write all the content for Act 2. A couple of months for all the stuff that I didn't budget for, and then toward the end of the year, hopeful release. We'll see what happens. I am famously terrible at guessing how long something is going to take. In particular, there was one bug a couple years ago to my light system that literally took me a month to fix, because I had to refactor the entire system, because I was dumb, and I said, you can see a tile if there is light shining on it. And then I was in a basement and went behind a door and closed the door in a completely dark room, and that whole wall was visible because the lights in the other room were shining on that tile. That was probably the most damaging false assumption that I'm considering making, if I can remember enough of them in one go, writing a design diary. I have a series of design diaries on the website, with all kinds of my brain thoughts on why I did things and what I've done. One of them I'm considering writing, if I can remember enough stuff in one go, is false assumptions. The worst assumption I made in this entire process was that assumption about light, because then I had to rewrite the light system such that every tile that blocks light knows how much light is being shined on each of its faces, rather than just checking the center and then checking to see which face the player can see and whether that face is lit. And it's dumb, and it took me a while, and it was ugly, but that was a couple years ago. I hit a bug in the light system a couple days ago that I have no idea what the hell is going on with it, but I've only seen it come up in that one dungeon, and so I was able to redesign that room so that whatever triggered it didn't happen, and I'm just sweeping it under the rug for now. A couple years ago, I read, I believe it was Mike McShaffrey's book on game design. I can't look and see. I don't have it on my shelf because I was borrowing it from a friend of mine. But it has a bunch of sidebar sections. He worked on a lot of the Ultima series. There are a bunch of sidebar sections called Tales from the Pixel Mines that are over and over stories of this code was barely held together by spit, spackle, and duct tape, and I can't believe we shipped it this way, but most players didn't notice and it worked well enough. That has made me feel so much better about my process. And, unlike the early Ultimas, I technically could patch if I had to. I could leave my friends behind. But anyway, so that's the vague roadmap from here. Tossing a Kickstarter into the middle of it probably pushes off actually finishing the game by like a month, depending on how many people I get to help me with a Kickstarter without me being able to pay them for it in any possible way. But I have friends that like this project and have, made vague noises that maybe they'd be willing to help if it comes to that. And we'll see when push comes to shove who actually has the time at the time. But if a Kickstarter happens, it would probably be relatively soon because I would want to make funding a tile set be a stretch goal, because if I hit that, I need to do that soon. One friend of mine really thinks that what I should do is fund everything out of my savings, and then when I'm close to done, run the Kickstarter basically for the same stuff. It's just I've already started on it, and so I've gone into debt for it. This doesn't look as good to people as a Kickstarter, but it means that I can put off starting the Kickstarter until I have finished so much that I'm 99.9% sure that I will fulfill all backer rewards, instead of still having it be possible that everything falls apart and I completely burn out and become an alcoholic. So anyway, that's some rambling on that. I, over the course of my next little while, I'm just going to keep working on this. I could keep this running. At some point, I'm going to take a break and go play some Dead Cells for a while. And that's downstairs on the console, so I can't just stream that. I guess I could stream some Slay the Spire. That's the PC game that I've been playing as my bite-sized chunks to uh, palate cleansers between working on things. But the rest of the day's project is going to be to try to finish at least the schedules for Constellation, um, and try to finish that thing that I was running into that I had to rewrite in my playthrough of the actual game. And so, if anybody has any questions that they have for me about the project, my coding style, my plans, my sword collection behind me there, I am open to however many of you are still here. Not a whole lot. But I thank you for hanging out, and I hope you had a good time. This may be a thing that I try again at some point. But I think I will see. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it up on YouTube after I am done with it here. And I'll see if anybody really watches it. We had like 9 or 10 people at the height. If only a handful of people look at it on YouTube, then it's going to be a hard sell for me to think of this, for me to stream dev again. I will almost certainly at some point in the near future stream part of my playthrough so people can see what the game looks like when it's being played. But I'm going to, I think, save that for another time to give people something to look forward to. I will probably get a little further in my playthrough to make sure that I find and squash a couple more bugs, because there's nothing worse than trying to do a playthrough and hitting a bug of some kind, and then I will do that in a couple of weeks. I'm definitely not doing it next week, because next week I have D&D both Saturday and Sunday with I've got stuff all over the place. Here we are with Zetany over there running the Sunday game. But in a couple of weeks I'll probably do that when I get stuff nailed down enough that I pull together either another demo or just the full beta copy. So there is a demo. You can go to darkunknown.org or tapestryofages.com. And there's a demo from July, I think, is the point in the dev cycle. And to keep it a demo, there is a circle of energy fields restricting you to only being able to visit the castle, the nearby village, and one town, and one cave. But it's an hour or so of content and gives you the feel for things. I did not particularly restrict any of... I didn't go in and change anybody's dialogue or anything because it's the demo. So you could poke around and find stuff. But it also means that there are NPCs who will tell you to go talk to people that you can't get to because it's the demo. I didn't want people getting too spoiled, seeing things that I'm going to change, playing enough of the game that when the actual game comes out, they don't really feel like getting back into it. But once I've got a beta thing, I'll happily pass a copy to Jared to stream on his channel sometime, so that somebody who is not me, does not know what to do and where to go, can bumble around in it and see what explodes. And we'll see what happens. I will at some point be looking for beta testers. I understand that some of you that remain in the chat are a little busy with your own projects at this point, and I would like you to finish those because I want to play those. But yeah, that's about what I've got. So if you have any questions, shoot them into the chat. I mean, like I said, I'll leave this on for a little bit longer and maybe do 1 or 2 more schedules before what time did we get to? Good Lord, it is 4:30. So yeah, when I get to like 5, I'm going to want to go get some food and beat my head on some Dead Cells. But I could probably get another schedule or 2 done in that time. And keep an eye on the chat, see if anybody has any thoughts or questions. And if I look and notice that the chat has emptied out because the interesting part's over, then I will consider that to be entirely understandable. So I have done Lynn. I guess I'll do somebody else on this floor. This is Darthan. And Darthan is a healer, so he is not going to hang out in any of those 3 rooms. He'll probably hang out, which one of them? Darthan. Oh, Ashlyn. Ashlyn upstairs is the one who will test you. So that's going to be a whole script thing I'm going to have to write because she is going to have to. That's another place where I'm running into a problem with the schedules. Is I want an NPC to come out and test you if you want to join, and this means that I either need to have this happen day or night. Like it's possible that when you walk to a certain point, an alarm goes off in her room. She wakes up, comes down, and goes out, and just that interrupts her sleep for the day. She wanders in somewhere and then continues her schedule from a different point. That's an option. Or I can have it as you approach the tower, a voice tells you that business hours are between 6 and 8 p.m. or 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. The energy field will not be lowered at any other time. The funny thing is, energy field isn't even a spell I give the player, or any of the other kinds. You can make fire fields, but you can't make sleep, poison, or energy. Those are the default kinds of fields because, like so much in this game, what I have is dictated by what tiles I got. So I have those 4 kinds of fields because Ultima 4 had energy, fire, poison, and sleep fields. I have headlesses because Ultima 4 had headlesses. Like, if I had made the decision years ago to spend the money and get my own tile set, I might have been able to differentiate my monster menagerie more strongly from Ultima, but at first I was sure I wasn't going to, and so I commissioned a whole bunch of art from Indy for the bestiary, and now not only do I already have, that art over here, but this is printed. I've got what monsters I talk about in here, and I can have more than this because there can be all kinds of stuff that whoever wrote this doesn't know about. And it was actually in universe. It was written by Falcon Stormrider, which is the cameo name for Commander Falcon, aka Stephen Emond, aka the dude who wrote the Ultima Collector's Guide books. So I thought it was funny to have him be the one who wrote the almanac as well. But it'd be great to have to. It would have been nice to have not had headlesses. Headlesses are a fine monster. I enjoy them, but they're unique to Ultima. Gazers were obviously just Beholder ripoffs anyway, so the fact that I've got Gazers isn't a big deal. I renamed a couple of things. Zorns have been renamed Delvers. I took the Nixies out and I used that graphic for water elementals now. But the but I've got headlesses. I've got the stuff that's in Ultima 4 and then a handful of other ones. I drew my own other elementals besides the water elementals, and boy, do they look like crap, except for air elementals. Ultima 4, for whatever reason, has a tornado graphic, because you can fight those, as you may recall. So those are air elementals. I did a palette swap, so I've got low and high level twisters that are different levels of air elementals. I did talk about what content I've got before, but I'm happy to give a summary again at this point. For Act 1 should in theory be done. I keep running into places where I thought I had finished something and I hadn't quite in my own playthrough, which is why I'm doing the playthrough. And so I'm filling stuff in and fixing bugs as I go through. So stuff that is part of the Act 1 plot is done. There are a couple of places that you do not need to visit until Act 2, but it is entirely possible to get access to before Act 2. Consolation is one of those places. That's why I'm doing Consolation now. Life's Hope is the other big place. I do need to make the castle that the Lich hangs out in, but you can't get in past the force barrier until you do some plot stuff. So that part I don't need to have quite finished. There's a couple of sections of towns that are parts of side quests that I haven't quite finished. So all of that stuff needs to be pretty much done before I hand stuff out to beta testers, because they could wander anywhere. That also gives me the option, if I really want to, of doing a full release of Act 1 before Act 2 is done. That said, I don't expect Act 2 to take so much longer beyond Act 1 that's necessarily what I'm going to do, but I've got it as an option. For Act 2, the systems are all written, the AI is all written, all that stuff. I need to code a couple of spells that I hadn't bothered coding yet because they're really high-level spells, and you can't possibly get them in Act 1. And then, having made all of the civilized places for Act 1, for Act 2, there's a handful of dungeons. There's the rest of the underworld. There is a metric shit ton of dialogue, because, as I mentioned earlier, a significant number of the NPCs are going to have their dialogue change at least a little bit to reflect the changing state of the world. There is the 4 elemental planes, which, as noted, are optional, and so they're going to be among the last things that I do, because you can finish the game without getting there. But if you want to get a full spell book, you'll have to go there. And then the main other thing code-wise that I'm going to need to do is there are a couple of scripted events. There is a point where a town gets attacked by demons. You will get a cryptic hint that it is about to happen from a summoned demon early in Act 2. If you figure out what is going on and make it to the town in time, you can get there while the demons are there and you can fight them. If you successfully drive them off, the town is saved. The town will stay there on the map. If you get there and are only partially successful, then they'll be then for the rest of the game they'll be working on rebuilding the map. And a couple of people might be dead if they're no longer plot necessary or never were. The town is basically my Las Vegas, and so there's a casino that has a bunch of NPCs that have no point except that their bodies at the tables. A couple of them have side quests attached, but a couple of them are just there to be there, and I can either kill them or have them. They're there on vacation; they don't live there. They're staying at the inn, so I could just have them disappear from the game and say they went home. And then if you don't go to the town at all, or you get there and just get your ass kicked, then the town is razed to the ground. A lot of the people are dead, and anybody who's still plot relevant is moved to another town because they managed to flee. So that whole thing, I have a lot of notes about what I'm going to do with it, but I haven't written it. I haven't coded it yet. And then that is, again, going to be more dialogue I need to write because various people are going to obviously have different dialogue depending on, what happened with the town. Anybody who flees to a different town as a refugee is going to have to have a new schedule as a refugee over there. So this is a fair, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but I don't have as many ideas for things as I would really like, but I have a handful of things that are going to that you can play a hand in that will permanently change the world. There'll be a point where, because you're the heir now, the king and queen are going to say, here's a decision that we need to make. We're going to have you make it. Neither way is wrong. It's just we have limited funds and we can afford to fund this thing or this thing. And one of those things will make the world map a little safer, and you'll be able to see guards moving around on the roads between towns, and I will decrease the spawn rate of monsters. The other one is helping a town rebuild. Basically, neither one is happening during Act 1 because all the money is going towards the army because there's about to be a civil war. If the war doesn't happen, they've got some money, but still not a lot. And so they can try to make the road safer, which helps, commerce and stuff that the player doesn't really see, but, helps the world. Obviously, you want there not to be a lot of bandits and monsters on the roads. Or there's this one town that's been a refugee camp that's basically built up over the last 30-ish years that, the crown is basically just ignored. And you can convince the crown, you know what, these people deserve to have actual, more roofs over heads and better walls. And you can do that, and then there'll be more monsters in the world because they were not spending money on patrolling the roads. So there's that. And the big one is, as I just said, the city attack. There's going to be a handful of other things. There's places where NPCs switch which town they live in, depending on what's going on in the plot, both whether they're refugees or because they're breaking off their engagement or whatever. I intend to add 1 or 2 NPCs per major town when the war ends because they are soldiers that have come home from being on duty. So I have made a point of having there be a couple of beds unused in each town so that there's room for the NPCs to have homes. They're just not home at the moment. I really want, as much as this is dev stuff that does not, strictly speaking, get me closer to a game that can be played start to finish, I really, really, really want a strong feeling of a living world. And so I am willing to spend some of my dev time making that happen. As I get closer to being able to set up a roadmap where I say, I expect these remaining things to take me this much time, and so I think I can shoot for a September or October or something release date, at that point, I start thinking about what things aren't strictly necessary and can be patched in or cynically DLC. Like I said, the game itself is going to be pay what you want, pay what you can. And it's going to be that because the original intention was for a much smaller game that was just a free download, and that any money that happened would be entirely off of the boxed copies. Um, the game is now like 3 times bigger than that, and I've been working on it for a decade. I don't really want to go back on what I had previously said. So my attempt to make some money off of it, or more to the point, pay myself back for all of the money that I have spent on pixel art and, I mean, honestly, mostly pixel art, but also like hosting and stuff like that, can come from anybody who wants to give more on Pay What You Want. And I have ideas for 2 relatively short quest chains that could take place after the game is done and let you run around and play with, the end game spells and stuff some more. There's a couple of loose threads that I don't entirely neatly tie up. And so I'm considering having like a $1 DLC for if you want to play some more. And then occasionally I toy with the idea of doing like a crafting DLC or something goofy ass like that. But, so that's the kind of thing that maybe the Elemental Planes will have to wait for a DLC, but, that one might be a free DLC or something. That'll all, just, obviously I'm pushing those 2 as far to the back in my scheduling on what to work on because they're not plot necessary, and a lot of people are probably just going to skip them. But every now and then I sit down and I'm like, I'm really in the mood to work on something that's not plot relevant. And I have learned that going with that when I feel that is a necessary portion of avoiding burnout. So somewhere I've got a list of exactly how many more dungeons I've got to do and stuff. And the game definitely needs a balancing pass. I reduced XP gain from my current playthrough because I was just shooting the heck up. I may have to reduce it even further. But that's going to be a thing. Like, I think, unfortunately, I'm going to need to finish a playthrough, do another playthrough, possibly as a kind of a speed run. This time I'm kind of deliberately doing things correctly so that I run into more stuff. But I'll need to do another playthrough, and I guess not really as a speed run, because one of the things I want to test with it is the pace of the game. Because, like I said, XP gain was definitely too breakneck in the playthrough that I have been working on, and that's definitely, getting up too fast makes running into the limit on what spells you can learn and such more obnoxious. It's assumed that you're going to hit level 4 a little after where I currently am, and I'm currently level 5. And I have the standard Ultima 4 and 5 100, 200, 400, 800 progression for leveling. And so there's various other things that I'm going to need to do a balancing pass on. A couple of monsters were way too goddamn brutal. My lurkers, which are my low-level version of corpsers, they hit real hard. And they can get right next to you before you see them, and they entangle you so you can't move away. So that was killing me. I was in the dungeon they're in at least a level higher than you're expected to be when you get to that point in the plot, and getting my ass handed to me. And that was obviously not okay. So they hit a little less hard and they have a lot fewer hit points. So now they get to be glass cannons that get to hit you a bit pretty hard because they sneak up to you. But once you start fighting back, you can, chop the tentacles off pretty quickly. And so now they're in a better place. Dead, which is a better place for them. And then, at the end of that sequence, I had a single corpser, the higher level version. I was just like, you know what? That's not really necessary for this particular dungeon. I'm just going to cut this guy. He's fine. He can go. But, balancing. So I don't have, as part of the whole thing that I talked about way earlier, when I talked about only having one branch of magic, as part of the whole not giving you a lot of ways to customize the character, specifically because that's not really where I want to try to put the replayability, and so I don't want people. I don't want to write a lot of content that only half of players see. If I made it so you could start the game as a fighter, a wizard, or a cleric, if you started as a fighter, you're not interacting with the spells system. And also, I couldn't do that for this game because casting a 6th level spell is required to win. But, say that spell was on both the wizard and cleric spell lists. I could do that, but then I'm wasting a lot of my time. So similarly, just very early on, I just went with the standard Ultima 3 and 4 kind of thing. There's a strict linear progression of gear. You start with cloth armor and a dagger. If you actually go into the starting castle and listen to the king when you talk to him, you start with a small pile of money and can immediately upgrade to leather and a short sword. With enough strength, you can put on chain. With more strength, you can put on plate. Way late in the game, you can make, with the Empower spell, a suit of exotic armor optionally. Similarly, dagger, short sword, mace, axe, longsword, halberd, and then a variety of magic swords, which is really kind of the one place where there's differentiation. There's one magic sword that you can go find that's at the bottom of a long, deadly but optional dungeon, and there's another one that, with a combination of Empower and Infused Mend, you can recreate, and that one, by choosing which reagents you use in the Empower spell, you could turn it into one of 4 different swords: flaming, lightning, poison, or defender. And it's a little better than the one you find in the dungeon because you have to go through more effort for it. The only real points of differentiation are there's 1 or 2 spots where there's 2 weapons that do similar amounts of damage, but the one that does a little less damage adds a better multiplier of your strength to the damage. So there is a point where you can go with a strength build and then specifically pick the weapon that, if you're not going with a strength build, deals less damage, and it'll deal more damage. But that's frankly kind of not made super clear to the player, and I just haven't put a lot of effort into it. I kind of think it's fine that there's a strict progression. You just level up and upgrade. The point where there's differentiation is you basically have to pick for the first couple of levels, do I want higher level spells, better ranged weapons, or better armor? Because those require raising each of the 3 stats differently. But by the late game, you're going to have raised all of them. By the late game, you're going to have enough strength to put on plate mail, enough dex to use the magic wand, which you have to make the magic axe before that if you find it, or just the crossbow. And Uh, you need at least enough int to cast 6th level spells, because that's required for game win. You get 3 points to train among your stats however you like each time you level, and then again, stealing a page from Ultima 4. In various dungeons, there are orbs that are one use. They will not respawn if you go back into the dungeon, and that raise one of your stats. Your stats are capped at 25 from points you spend, but they are capped at 30 from the sum of points you spend, bonuses you get from magic items, which I haven't written any of yet, but I'm seriously, considering whether, I'm going to look at whether that's a space that I want to fill, and the bonuses from orbs. Once you've hit a bunch of dungeons and hit a couple of orbs and you're level 5 or 6, your stats are probably good enough that you can do most of what you want to do. But in the earlier game, there's going to be some differentiation possible. That's basically just, I love that in games that have it. I enjoy figuring out a fun build, trying a thing. Do I want swords or axes or whatever? But it's just not what was important for this. And it's a little bit of additional dev time, and it's also additional design time, and it requires additional design care because it can be a trap. I don't know how many of my current viewers have played Ultima Underworld, but in Ultima Underworld, you can choose whether to raise your skill in swords, axes, or maces, I think it is. And by far, swords is the best of those. You have really screwed yourself if you put some of your training points into maces. Like, I think there is a good magic axe. There is a magic sword that I think is slightly not as good damage-wise, but is completely unbreakable. And that is so valuable that screw anything else. And then there's nothing good for maces. And for the most part, missile weapons are crap in the game. And starting out at the beginning of the game, you don't know that. And you could put a bunch of skill points into something and then not find anything good. Baldur's Gate 2 tries. There's pretty good stuff in most categories, but you might put some of your proficiency, your weapon proficiency stuff, into a weapon that there aren't any good endgame ones of. And I don't really like there being that kind of a trap. So, anyway, so that's my long-winded justification for not putting the effort into giving you the ability to have that level of character differentiation. When you make a character at the start of the game, you pick a name and a graphic and a gender, and your options for gender are male, female, or other / declined estate. And I should probably just explicitly put non-binary in that list. But point being, that's it. That's character creation. No points in stats, no feats, no other party members. And one of the things that if I do get a new tile set, I will put the effort into is, right now I'm using the Ultima 4 graphics for townsfolk. I've got people in robes with staves, people in different robes and a cloak with the serpent staff. I've got somebody with a hammer, the tinker graphic. I've got the ranger graphic, somebody with a bow, etc. It would be nice to do the thing that like a lot of roguelikes and such do. Like I'm never going to do paper dolls. That's definitely more investment. But it would be neat if you were carrying whatever weapon you've got equipped. Like that'd be pretty cool. Um, I can't really do it now. I would need to, like, you can see barely on the screen now, you know, when the wizard animates, his animation lifts the staff up and down. When the druid animates, the druid moves the staff side to side. So like their main body animations aren't the same across the board. But if the main body animations had a limited enough set of things that they were, then I could have each weapon animate in the same cycles, and then I could just say, when I draw this, draw the person, and then the armor they're wearing, and then the weapon they're holding. And that would give me a lot more flexibility for different graphics for townsfolk. Like one of the graphics that I got from Dom when I commissioned stuff from him was that what I call the citizen graphic, the townsfolk dude, this guy over here with the white shirt. I now have 3 different colors of shirts for him, so I can have more people in towns that don't use class graphics, but are distinguishable from each other. So being able to have significantly more differentiation would be great, but requires the at least that much of a new tile set. And that would be, that would be lovely, but it doesn't make a big difference for the game. The main place not having a tile set will bite me, as my friend Santiago, Slashing Dragon, pointed out to me in his experience trying to get games on GOG and Steam and such. He has Ananias on Steam and GOG. Is that it will be a mark against you when GOG is deciding whether or not to list your game if you're using a shared tile set, because it looks cheaper. Pretty sure itch.io don't care. So that's again a reason why that can be, the enhanced edition can get a new tile set or something. Whatever. So Darthan's going to wake up a little later and come out to breakfast. He'll wake up, let's say 7:30, and come out. And so you can see here why I wish I had integrated the schedule editor with the map editor. So I keep having to Alt-Tab to the map editor to say, and then they go, wait for the coordinates to pop up on the mouse over. Okay. I very much wish I had integrated these things so I could just have the schedule over here and be like, and next up, route 2, click, route 2, click, and have that just work. But like I said, I have so few maps left to build that that's definitely not a good investment of my dev time at this point. If anybody else in the universe was ever going to use these apps, sure, but that's just not where we live. And that is the Food North Edge tile, because it gets placed on a section of the table that has this edge piece here, so it has to go up there. So place your food. Wait around and eat it. Clean up your food at, I don't know, hang out till 9. I can type, I swear. Clean that up and then head downstairs. 2012. Change map. Head downstairs. I'm going to do myself a favor and keep both constellation maps open at the same time. Said to head to 1714, which is just kind of the middle of this room here. And just wander around for a while. You know, Darthan doesn't do the kinds of specific researchy kind of stuff that Lynn does in the artificer room, or Connor is going to be the alchemist up north, and Ashlyn is doing divination over in the west side. So he'll just hang out in this main room here. And there'll be 2 or 3 that just hang out in here. I think he'll just wander around. He'll probably have somebody that wanders around for part of the day and sits in the chair for part of the day and then wanders around again. But then, like Lynn, we're going to go upstairs. And we will trigger his go upstairs at the same time as Lynn's. But since Lynn is going to be starting in here somewhere and Darthan's going to be in here, Darthan will get to the stairs first, so they shouldn't collide with each other. I guess technically Darthan could be like all the way the fuck back here. Well, that's their problem. The code base handles it gracefully. If somebody tries to move and there's somebody else in the way, they just wait until it's, wait and it increments a counter on them. And if it happens 3 or 4 times, they move through each other. So hang out there, but then at 8 o'clock, head back to the stairs. Go back upstairs. Go back to your previously established seat. There's no real necessity to having them use the same seat at breakfast and at dinner, but it makes it a whole lot easier for me to just write down which chair is being used by who. There are times and places where I have had to carefully track what spans of time a chair is being occupied, because the chairs at the bar in the casino, there's 3 or 4 chairs and 14 different NPCs sit in them at various times. So I had to make sure that nobody tried to use a chair that was occupied at the time that they were trying to use it. So wait there, put your food down again. Wait and eat. And then let's see. So you are perfectly happy to stay up a little later. You're waking up almost 2 hours later than Lynn. So this guy doesn't need to go to bed until 11. So perfectly happy to... Well, I think we called 7:30 the dinner is overtime. So clean up the food at that point. And then I had Lynn sit in her seat, but only for another 15 minutes. But I can have Darthan sit in his seat for an hour or 2. And then at 9:30, say, He will walk over to the bookshelf. Oh, whoops. He'll walk over to the bookshelf and close the door on the way in. Wait at the bookshelf for a couple of minutes. And then, you know what? I'm going to add a thing to his room. By clicking the right thing. Chunk. I've added a chair next to the bookcase. So let me save that, and I'm just going to copy the chair out since I'm just, since that's fine. Hey, look, there's a chair now. So he'll go look at the bookshelf for a little bit, sit down in a chair. After he spent a couple minutes at the bookshelf, sit in the chair for a little bit, and then now here's a thing I could do. I didn't bother with Lynn, but let me remind myself how this works. Okay. This guy here has the ugliest schedule in the whole goddamn game. He's the servant in the main castle and walks around turning all of the lights on and off. But, so here, he is going to, after he's been reading for an hour, he is going to turn this brazier off. He's going to douse the flame. And then head to bed and sleep. Now this means that one thing that I need to do is add, when he wakes up, before he does all of this, he can still wake up. Let's wake him up a few minutes earlier, actually. He has to go. You know what? He doesn't. He doesn't have to turn that on yet because he's about to leave the room. Why turn on a light and then leave the room? So he should turn the light on when he actually comes back in the room. So rather than heading straight for the bookshelf, he'll head at 21:45. He'll head to the chair. And then this is where these buttons come in. This is how I insert things into this. One of the projects that I started and then I haven't finished is being able to just drag and drop reorder in here. It would be super useful, but I have not done that thing yet. Oh, actually, I don't want that to be. I actually wanted that to be at 9:30. He heads to there. Oh, but that's now the one where he has to close the doors. Then he turns the light on. Then when that's complete, he moves to the bookshelf, waits for a few moments, sits back in the chair, reads for a while, turns the light off, goes to bed. There you have it. That's the last one I'm going to do for now. Thank you for coming and watching and hanging out and chatting. And it was good to talk to some of you. And like I said, depending on if people clamor for me to do this kind of thing again, it may or may not happen. I am. I mean, I guess I could do like a dungeon or something. Like that was the last civilization map that I needed to make. Now every town, village, castle, keep, they all have maps, but there's still some dungeons I can do. There's some ruins. There's a bunch of caves. There's the underworld. So that could be another thing where people might find it interesting because I can be on the graphical UI. I don't know what I can do about my bandwidth problem, my throughput. I'm on DSL. This is as good as it gets unless we're willing to give money to a company that we find kind of reprehensible. And so I guess I could do one from my office someday. I mean, that's doable. I've got a laptop there with a camera. So we'll see. Like I said, will definitely at some point stream me playing it a bit. And I will try to come up with some other ways to engage the community that I am trying to build. I do have, like everybody else, everybody and their kid brother, there is a Discord. It is quite moribund, but that's why I'm starting to tell everybody about it in the hopes that I can convince people, enough people to join it, that it becomes interesting. And I will put a link now in the chat. I thought I had one right there. I will just make a goddamn link. So yes, I will make an invite link. It will not expire. There we go. I will also post that. I appear to have already posted it in the... I posted it somewhere. And I will post it in both the Scald and Nox communities in their promo sections, assuming that that's cool with everybody in those sections, which I expect it will be. And feel free to jump in there. And if it gets to the point where there's actually people there when I'm doing stuff, I'm more likely to sit down and say, hey, I'm starting to get some work done, and then bitch about how my poor coding decisions in the past have impacted me in the future, or mention that for once I'm actually being good in writing some unit tests. Who knows? But I'm kind of hungry, to be honest. So I am going to abandon you all now. But thank you again. This was fun, actually. I had a good time doing this, and shit, I mean, it was actually productive. I got stuff done. I mean, let's be honest. One of the greatest things about doing this and having an audience there is at no point could I just say, and open Tumblr or launch Magic Arena and fuck around for half an hour instead of getting anything done. So, you know, I used to have a writing group in Berkeley where I work, and you know, they were happy to consider me working on the video game to be functionally equivalent to them writing their various books and short stories and such. And so having a weekly or bi-weekly thing where we got together and, you know, unless somebody said, I'm really frazzled and just not going to get anything done today, rode on each other to make sure that we actually got stuff done instead of playing video games, was actually pretty great. But the hosts then had a kid, so that's been dead for a while. So, you know, this was good along those lines. And it's it's marginally possible that what I need to do is what many of my writer friends do and set up one of those apps on my computer that turns off the internet for 3 hours and refuses to turn it back on. Um, the main problem with that is that every now and then I need to look up something about JavaScript, but at least that's my excuse. But it doesn't come up when I'm just writing content, so that's what we have. Anyway, I will say thank you for a third time, and I will, at some point later, figure out how to export this from Twitch and shove it into YouTube. I have linked my Twitch account with my YouTube account, so that should just be a click and a thing happens. So we'll see how that works. But I will see y'all whenever I do this again, and possibly in some of your own streams. And have a great evening.